Studying my CHamoru. I'm down.
Before we break down.
Definitely.
The CHamoru Land Trust Commission Board meeting. This is Thursday, September 21st at 1:00 p.m. The CHamoru Land Trust Conference Room 590, South Marine Drive, ITC Building, Suite 223, second floor, Guam. Public notice, the Guam Day, closed on September 14 and September 19, 2023. Government of Guam public notice portal, CHamoru Land Trust Facebook page, and on CHamoru Land Trust website at http://blm.guam.gov CHamoru Land Trust Commission. This meeting is now called to order. We will take the roll call. David B. Herrera, Earl J. Garrido, Alice Tyron,
Present.
our legal counsel.
Legal counsel is attending a planning symposium. She had informed us on the 19th that she wouldn't be here, and then confirmed it on the 20th.
So we do have a quorum. We can continue. Approval of the agenda for today. I need a motion to accept the agenda.
I'd like to make a motion to accept the agenda, Madam Chair.
All in favor, say aye.
Yes, sir.
Okay, the approval of the minutes, the regular board meeting, July 13, 2023. Are there any questions or corrections?
On the July 13th,
Yes,
can I make corrections there?
sure.
Page 6, second to the last paragraph from the bottom. That halt should be halt, H-A-L-T. This is just clean up, okay? So instead of H-O-L-T, it should be H-A-L-T.
Mhm.
That's the second to the last paragraph, Commissioner Rubio.
Well, there's like one sentence between the two. From the bottom.
Okay.
Anything else?
Yes.
There being none, on July 13th meeting, motion to accept minutes.
Make a motion to accept the minutes, Madam Chair.
All in favor, say aye. Aye.
I have a more correction.
Yeah.
Page 27 of 48.
Well, you have more.
Yeah. On my comment there in the middle of the page, instead of division, that should be revision. And then my next comment there, in that same page, provisions should be revisions. And on page 33, on my comment in the middle of the page, it should be work in progress. It says board in progress, but that should be work in progress. Yes, that's the only corrections I have.
Motion to accept the minutes based on the corrections of.
Make a motion to accept the minutes based on the correction.
I second.
All in favor, say aye.
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 The August 30th meeting. Is there anyone who wants to make any corrections?
Okay, on page 19 of 88, the second from the top, Carlos Camacho. It's not marble, that should be marble.
What page did you say?
Page 19. It's the 88 page long.
Extension.
You're reviewing the August 17th minutes, Commissioner Herrera?
Yes, yes. Isn't that what we're on?
No, you're on the August 30th, the resumption meeting minutes.
Okay.
So August 17th was approved, the last meeting.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
can I ask that we put aside the resumption meeting minutes?
Sure.
I haven't had time to
Okay,
go through it.
that's fine. We'll take up the rest of the minutes in the next meeting.
You'll take up the August 30th resumption meeting at the
Yeah.
next meeting.
So, Ms. Tyro, can you received the email from the Guam Racing Federation?
Are we on item, so there's no correspondence received. I actually need to correct that. We did get a correspondence August 23rd, I believe it was from GWA. But that's also part of our discussion under new business, item C, GWA United Marine Easement request. So are we now on item?
No, I'm sorry. Item number 5.
So item number 5, correspondence. We indicated none received. I just need to make a correction that we received a GWA letter, I believe it was August 23rd. That letter is also part of the report under new business. Item 8C, the GWA Pneumatic Marine Easement request. So that letter is a part of that packet.
Okay. So we go into the administrative director's report.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The first item, update on the lessees who appeared before the CLTC board on August 17th. We had a Mr. Jose C. Kanata, and he also appeared on August 30th. Mr. Kanata had brought to the board's attention during public comments 2 issues. He's seeking the SBA loan guarantee, first issue. The second issue was there was a misunderstanding up at DRT wherein he was informed that his name there was another person whose name is on the tax document, which is connected to his property, for his property. Well, that has since been corrected. What had occurred was, I believe it was in 2015, an addendum was sent to DRT. Mr. Kanata's name is on the property, it is on the tax document. It was a mere misunderstanding at the front when he was informed about it. But to my understanding, to my knowledge, based on my discussions with the land agent, we've gone through it, we have a copy of his tax statement, so that is clear. Mr. Kanata is on the property that he is supposed to be on with the correct tax statement and number. So that has been resolved. Right? Any other discussions with Mr. Kanata? Mr. Tony Cruz appeared in public comments as well. I believe he was seeking a loan guarantee as well for his SBA. Today, we just received his documents. So we updated the SBA loan guarantee request that was provided to the commissioners this afternoon. So these documents, we had, I think, 2 people that just came in this afternoon, right before the meeting. So that information is on the loan guarantee request. It's been updated. Yes.
Going back to our meeting on August 31st, I made a notation about Mr. Kinaka's SBA loan guarantee on the last time I was here.
Your notation is, where are we
notes.
with the loan guarantee?
Yeah,
Okay, so would you like me to report on that now, or can we wait until loan guarantee?
okay.
I can report on it now if you want.
Well, go ahead since we're on him.
So the commissioners could not take action, so no loan guarantees for SBA have been approved at this point.
Okay.
Loan guarantee update is under item 7C.
Okay,
Did you-
we'll go to that then.
You want me?
Not now.
Okay.
We'll follow the agenda.
Okay. The other individual that appeared before the commission on August 30th, our resumption board meeting, was Ms. Shirley P. Gagin. Ms. Gagin had two requests from the commissioners, from the board, the SBA loan guarantee and the approval to build, to move forward to build. So whenever a lessee is seeking to build, to construct, to basically clear, do anything on CLTC property, they need to come to the board and request permission. Ms. Gagin is part of new business, her request approval to build. And I believe, and I apologize if the commissioners did not get all her map documents in advance. It was provided today, right, here. A lot of Xeroxing issues, right? So she is on new business, her request approved. With regard to the issue of loan guarantee, that has yet to come up with the commissioners. The commissioners have yet to approve loan guarantees. Okay. Email received regarding Guam Leasing Federation. This is just a part of we received the email. I believe it's a part of your packet. This was from an anonymous individual, and it's just provided for record purposes and will be placed in the GRF file. I did not respond. It's anonymous. I don't know if the commissioners, it's up to the commissioners to let me know if we should respond.
Any comments? Did you find it? Your email? No.
No problem.
Mr. Green?
No comment for now.
Item C, HUD, FEMA, USDA, and USACI Administrative Directors Meeting. I believe Mr. Joe Diego confirmed that he would be here for the meeting to respond. All the other individuals that were in that meeting on Friday, September 1st, are all filing, with the exception of the individual from the Army Corps of Engineers, and I did not have his contract, but he didn't stay long for the meeting. But the other individuals, one is on leave, and the other two would not be able to attend via online because of the time difference. Right? So Mr. Diego said that he would be here, he's not here, to respond. So I'll leave it to the commissioners to decide when he comes in to go back to that. Now, a brief on my report. Monday, September 28th, 2023. I met with Shelley McCracken-Rania, Senior Financial Analyst, Healthcare, U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, Office of Healthcare Programs. Ms. McCracken-Rania initially requested for this meeting to discuss housing needs on the island. Present at this meeting was PC4, Joey Cruz, and myself. We discussed the housing challenges such as inventory, cost, the challenges of building, the lack of infrastructure on CLTC property. I also brought up issues such as the lack of funding for projects, the challenges CLTC faces with regard to loan guarantees, capacity building and training, and metallic waste cleanup on our properties, abandoned vehicles. Shelley asked if we could meet again so she could bring in a few more individuals to engage in our discussions. Friday, September 1, 2023. This is a continued meeting at the request of Ms. Shelley McCracken-Rania, who brought with her John Emerson from the Army Corps of Engineers. Mr. Emerson couldn't stay for the duration of the meeting. Rosanna Rodriguez, who is the FEMA Interagency Recovery Coordinating Group individual, and joining us via online was Joe Diego, Area Director for USDA, and Patricia Miller-Crawley, Community Assistance Recovery Support. shared with the federal team CLTC's needs and challenges. 1, loan guarantee. USDA works with leased lands in Palau and RMI. In lieu of a loan guarantee, there is the deed of trust. USDA will provide more information at a later time. So this is basically just a brief of our discussions at that meeting. Loan guarantees were not the only issue for us, as you can see here in the report. The MOU with USDA, which was brought up by Carlos Camacho at the August 30th, 2023 meeting, in which Mr. Camacho informed the commissioners that the MOU was in Congress. This information was corrected by Mr. Joe Diego of the USDA, who informed us that the MOU is actually with the USDA attorneys working on the verbiage. The MOU seeks to shift the agreement to GHC, and CLTC would serve as a secondary. No draft of the MOU was available. In essence, what they're looking at is potentially Guam Housing Corporation taking on the loan guarantee responsibility as opposed to CHamoru Land Trust. What CHamoru Land Trust needs to do, and it is pursuant to law, that we have a list of qualified individuals that Guam Housing Corporation could pull from in the event somebody defaulted on a loan. Right? That's the essence of the discussion. Discussion regarding the need for infrastructure. That is a constant discussion. We discussed this with USDA, in which they indicated there are funds for infrastructure, however, there needs to be a conduit. In that discussion with regard to a conduit, we're looking at potentially Guam Housing Corporation being the conduit for these funds, CLTC being a recipient. There is funding of properties over the aquifer. More discussion with USDA to be had to determine the best route and the role CLTC would have. I discussed the needs of our staff to include training such as mapping, grants management, ARC, GIS, project management as examples. CLTC is to identify its highest priority and work with Ms. Crawley to identify training. Ms. Rodriguez will research grants to assist. I indicated that we don't have funding to pay for training, that our team, part of the process or part of what I'm trying to do here is to build capacity and provide training for our land agents and everybody here at the CLTC. So they were willing to assist to look at free training available at first. And that's more discussions with Ms. Crawley. Ms. Shelley McCracken-Rainier was the team lead. The outcome of this meeting was the connections made to assist CLTC in the best way possible for capacity building and identifying other opportunities for the CLTC to meet its mission. That was the gist of our discussion. Mr. Dexter Tan and Joey Cruz were present in emails and communications to Ms. Shelley McCracken-Rainier. They are constantly copied in so that there is a continuity of discussions and hopefully action taken later. I'm available for questions.
No questions asked.
Commercial leases. Handouts were provided, right? Handouts were provided to our commissioners. An update on the commercial leases is we sent out letters to follow up on collection for those commercial lessees who are behind. Letters to collect from overdue tenants were sent earlier this month. To date, we have received payments from a few. Our PC4 is reviewing, and CLTC will continue to collect what is due to them and put it in writing and for the record. So I believe what's before the commissioners is a copy of all the leases. We did not indicate who the lessees are.
Any questions? Commissioners?
Not at this time.
Ms. Diamond, you can continue.
1995 applications. Right. At present, the Chamorro Land Trust Commission is still on December 2nd, 8:07 a.m. 1995. Announcements were made for applicants 1 through 5. However, there are no SOPs in place. What was done was a checklist, what was created was a checklist, but there is no way to tell how this was applied to applicants 1 through 5. There is no process to ensure fair and equitable treatment. Applicant number 6 has stalled the ability of the CLTC to move to the next person. One of the questions that has been brought up to previous legal counsel is the issue of bypass. That still has not been resolved.
What is the issue again?
Bypass, so there, if I'm not mistaken, there was the Attorney General's opinion or legal counsel that indicated that if we had an applicant number 6, for example, applicant number 6, there's an issue with applicant number 6, whatever that issue is should be addressed prior to moving on to 7, 8, 9, or 10. So, applicant 6 has been for many years now stalled CLTC from moving to applicant 7, 8, 9, or 10, or just moving forward, period.
What was the problem?
The individual, if I'm not mistaken, is deceased, named an ineligible successor. What I've asked is I've reviewed the applications, 1 through 6. I've asked that the staff reports be updated. If this is an issue that requires board commission action, it will be brought before the commission, right? If it is an action that doesn't require, then we'll continue. Now, just for the record, I'd like to just read this. I've reviewed the file of applicant number 6 and instructed the land agent assigned to this applicant to update the staff report. Applicant should not have stalled CLTC's ability to move forward. That's my take on the issue. Issues with applicants that require commission to address will be brought before the commissioners. This is potentially one of them, all right, pursuant to the laws that mandate it. All that being said, commissioners, is I understand the need to move forward and issue leases. Absent the SOP, the processes, and even flowcharts for the issuance of leases, CLTC's actions may be called into question. Until the standard operating procedures are updated and accepted by the Board of Commissioners, I caution from issuing any leases at this point in time. This may not be what the commissioners or the public may want to hear. However, putting these processes in place will hold CLTC accountable and protect all the beneficiaries of the trust. Protect the CLTC and ensure that all are treated equally. To that end, the team is currently working on updating the 2019 SOP, which was accepted by the commission at that time. That SOP was passed prior to 21 GCA Chapter 75A. So that needs to be updated with the new law, new Banco de Ate. The 2019 SOP is the only document that has been made available for review. In the short time that I've been here, I have not seen anything else with regard to processes, SOPs, other than this 2019. So the team is working on that as quickly as they can to at least get a framework to the commissioners. Hey.
I have a question. Yes. Back in December, there was a conversation about this particular person. If I'm not mistaken, one of the issues was an air outside of what was signed by law. A grandchild was named, but I believe also there was a secondary problem with that number 6, is that I think they want to either change the footprint of the lease or change the category from agricultural to residential. We at that time suggested that we did not advocate bypassing, but also according to the CLTC rules, we should have given them a 90-day registered mail notice to come in and sit down with CLTC to make the proper corrections. And if they did not respond within that 90 days, then they would forfeit their position. And I believe that's in our minutes. If we can work out a remedy for that, number 6 would not lose their position. Okay, so we can service 7, 8, 9, 10. And if number 6 is able to rectify at any point in time, then we can put them in on the next available meeting for ratification. But they would not lose their place, they would just be held in, for lack of a better word for me, held in limbo.
I agree, Commissioner Garrido. That
No,
has,
but
yeah.
that was part of our minutes for December, I believe. Because we can't just let 7, 8, 9, 10 keep hanging by a string, and number 6 is not responding. So can you please check into that, please?
I've asked the land agent to update the staff report, and I'll ask that it be made available at the next board meeting. And hopefully legal counsel can also respond with regard to the best legal course of action to take. In the meantime, we are working on the SOPs, the process, to,
Because that's been put on hold
Yes.
for a year already, at least a year. And we're not able to service any other
yes.
tenants or applicants.
Right, we will try and get the updated information.
We'll go into staffing.
With regard to staffing, so DOA has sent out notices to applicants for the PC1 and PC2 positions. I was told that it would be another 10 days to wait as applicants have to respond and or appeal the decision made by the DOA. For instance, the grade that was assigned and or if they were deemed ineligible. In addition to staffing, I sat with our PC4 to take a look at our budget, and we are recommending to fill or issue out notices to hire an administrative officer, a land agent 2, a land agent 3, and potentially another land agent 1. I was asked to include word processing secretary, however, that is an antiquated position, at least based on my experience. I think a PC or even an administrative assistant could actually take on those responsibilities. So for the next budget cycle, if we can't do it already, these are the positions that we're going to include.
Is there a budget attached to it?
Yes, yes. Joey's working on, our PC4 is working on the amounts to ensure that it's funded. Everything's funded.
Old business,
Old business. So we have the Guam Racing Federation. At the last meeting, the commissioners indicated that they would allow them to come to this meeting of September 21, and they have asked to provide a presentation to the commissioners. In addition to the Guam Racing Federation, the public auditor's report was issued. I concurred with their findings, and I am currently working with our PC4 and the team to prepare the process by which CLTC could monitor and collect revenue, royalties, everything, to collect everything. So based on the public auditor's recommendations, it's not just for royalties. We're going to develop the SOP by which CLTC could monitor and collect. Right now, there is no process. Short of me instructing our PC to write letters, collect what is due, and report it. So we're working on the process for that. The individuals to present for Guam Racing Federation are here. I do have to also indicate, and I was hoping that legal counsel would be here, is discussions with legal counsel has indicated that anything with GRF, with lot 7161-R1, we move to the bid process, issue it out for bid at this point in time. And we have the PC4 working on that description to try and get it out. Any questions on GRF?
You said they have a presentation to do?
Yes, they asked for a presentation to present to the commissioners.
Can we allow it?
That's the call of the commissioners.
that's fine.
Fine. All right. If we can have GRF come to the table, sign in, state your name and your position, and proceed with your presentation.
Day of fellow CLTC board members and the public, Alex. My name is Jennifer Crisostomo Camacho, and I'm actually speaking, my father's Joey, who is off island at the moment and unable to attend, but we do have our fellow GRF board members, our new board members that sit here before you, as they have in previous meetings.
Buenos dias.
Buenas. As you'll see too on the screen, we've also printed copies for you, but really what we want to present today is really more of a showing of really what the raceway is. Because I know the misconception is the raceway, and I know the discussion is always on grading, right? Grading or land. And so what I'm here to discuss with you all is really to show you what the raceway really is, and go into detail and be here to answer any questions that you might have. So we'll start from the top. With your guidance, CLTC commissioners, and your advice, what we've done is we've taken into account a lot of what you've been asking for over the last several months. The first of being, which was a change in GRF leadership. That was really the first step into moving in the right direction. So we've changed the GRF leadership. Oh, they have it in front. Yeah, they have it.
If you want. PowerPoint presentation.
I have it.
So we've
My neck
changed.
only turns around so much.
Yeah, no worries. We've done that with the GRF leadership, and a lot of who you see here before you is the new group. One thing we did do pretty quickly, but we know that's not something that's going to be on the table today. It's something we've kind of put aside, but instead of a 120-day extension, that was something we requested via email several months ago. But we understand that that's not what we're here to discuss today. We just kind of want to go over updates to you, give you updates on what the GRF has been up to and some of the changes that we've made with your guidance. We've also had attorneys Randy Cunliffe, and he's not present today as well, but attorney Randy Cunliffe did meet with Assistant AG Finney, and I know Alice touched on that a bit, and we're going to kind of go over something at the end of the presentation that also came about with Assistant AG Finney and Randy Cunliffe's meeting. And so a little bit else we've been doing is not only did we install new board members, but we're also already looking into the new insurance policy. Our attorneys have met on both sides. We've had a formal financials turnover between the previous management or leadership with our current leadership. We have Bob Steffi, who's compiling actually everything right now so that we can renew our 501c3 and get everything up to date and start fresh. And we've also have Berger and Comer who've committed to continuing our audits of the GRF financials. And so what you're gonna see here, the Guam International Raceway, and really what it's been for decades. We not only, again, everybody always talks about the grading that goes on, but really what goes on every weekend and throughout the week, you're talking about drag racing, autocross, drifting, motocross, buggies, trucks, side-by-sides, mud bogs. We do government services transportation training. We mountain bike and cycle. We do trail run events. We have obstacle course racing, go-karting, auto shows, off-road tours, and concerts such as the Electric Music Festival. These are just some of the things that you can find throughout this. So if you see next, a lot of what we host right now are youth fitness events. And this is something that without our raceway, we're unable to host events of this magnitude. Thousands of children being able to do events because it's safe, it's paved. We also have the off-road course for them. And this is really something that without the raceway, our children are not gonna have these events they'd be able to go to. And if you can see in the images, these are just 2 images that capture a snapshot, just a teeny tiny fraction of what this space holds and hosts for us safely. You're gonna see Guam Cycling Federation, who hosts at least 4 events every year, not only kids events, but also adult events, and host several of our champions. So what we've got, something you'll see here is Raceway is home to roughly 4 events a year, but more importantly, it's training grounds throughout the week where riders can come safely without fear of being hit by a car, without fear of being run over, and in safe and really great trails that have been paved over, that have been really maintained and just absolutely beautiful trails that are really hard to find anywhere else without going on your private property. Not only are we able to hold cycling races, but we hold multiple youth events, such as our Halloween trunk or treat. And that's something that I know October's coming up. And that's something that we do because, again, Raceway is a very safe space. It's a safe space for the children, and it's a safe space for the families. In the running and obstacle course community, trail runs and obstacle course racing, it's a community event that gets families of all ages and fitness abilities out. It's home to excellent terrain and perfect trails for racing, running, cycling, motocross, you name it. It's the perfect space for it. Our motocross community, then some of which you'll see here behind us. Motocross has long been a staple of our community, and the Raceway is the only place for races and practices to take place. We're talking hundreds of riders throughout the week that come in and ride safely in a motocross track that just continues to improve because of the motocross community. Youth as young as 5 years old are racing and training in these trails and on this course. And right now, without the Raceway, our children and the families are unable to train safely and in a secure place. You're gonna see off-road buggies. Many of you always hear Smokin' Wills. And what you don't realize is Smokin' Wills is one weekend, but really every weekend we're hosting events. There's always a motocross event going on. There's always something happening that involves families, hundreds of families that utilize this race. Now this one is quite possibly the most important one. I've got Tina Conker here. She runs the Drag Racing Association. Tina's been doing an amazing job at this. But what we do know is that without the raceway, without our drag strip, without our oval where they do drifting and autocross, we all know what it was like before this raceway opened. And I would hate to see, the racers take to the streets where it's the only place they can race and where can they go for recreation. We know on Friday nights, those were some of the most exciting nights with hundreds of spectators and competitors using the drag strip because it is also the only certified drag strip on this island. Training grounds. While the raceway is home to multiple motorsports and non-motorsports, the raceway is also the best and most practical space for transportation training. Something we're going to get into here is you're going to see on the next page, heavy equipment training. A lot of things we don't see because a lot of us are at our daily jobs, but government agencies are able to use this space to safely practice their heavy equipment. You're talking buses, large tractors, trucks, buses, you name it. This is where our people go to train and get the needed space that they have to operate this heavy equipment. You're going to see first responder training. This raceway truly is home. It is one of the most diverse homes that you can find on this island. And over the last couple of decades since we've had the raceway, it's only continued to improve as far as the space and the way we utilize it. And a lot of what we see, so a lot of us that are here for these events, most of us don't even see the grading going on. That's not what we're there for. We use the space for what it was intended to be, and that's an international raceway. And that's what we really hope to really kind of inform and educate everybody, and really the public that doesn't get to see it. If you come one weekend and you saw it, you would see the diverse pool of families, the diverse pool of athletes and children and organizations that get to utilize this space. And right now, I can tell you, it's been tough. It's been really tough for a lot of the communities we're a part of. And the last thing we want to see is them going off and hitting some private trails, and when we have a space such as the raceway to do this. You're going to see military operations. You're going to see them utilizing. These are the great trails that we have up there that have been put up there by the GRF. We've been able to do this for races, both running, both trail running and biking. These trails are also excellent for tactical operation training. And you can see that is something that was really a great tool for our military to be able to use. And what you're going to see here, because there is so much misconception as well, and so we wanted to kind of put together really all the events that take place on this raceway. And what a lot of people don't know is to the left of that red line, that is not raceway, that is private property. And so the majority of that grading that you see to the left of that line, that's not raceway, that's not CLTC. Those are private property construction or families that have that space. This is really a rough look at it, but it really just shows you the extent and the magnitude to how we utilize this space. And really it's the way I know that we as a raceway, this is how it was intended to be used. And this is how we use it every week, at least had been using it every week, from cycling, go-karts, drift and autocross, motocross, ATVs, kids pump track. We've got the run and bike trails through that. And this is really what the raceway is to us. It's not always about the grading, and that's something we wanted to share with everyone, is that this is what the community sees. This is how we utilize this space. And we hope this kind of gives you an idea of what's been going on in the last few months since we've begun the reorganization. So you'll see next in our summary is, again, upon your guidance and request, we've changed the GRF leadership. our attorneys, Randy Cunliffe and Assistant AG Finney, have met. And one thing we would like to get in, we would like to show and share today is a 2-year interim license agreement. And we can provide copies of that. This was something worked on by attorney Randy Cunliffe, a 2-year interim license agreement. And it is something that he and Assistant AG Finney have discussed. And of course, that's gonna be something we put to the table for CLTC commissioners to review and hopefully approve. And in these 2 years, what we're requesting is that in these 2 years, the GRF board, this is where we elect new officers, we reorganize, we get everything right, and we come to the table in these next 2 years, and we come up together on how we can make this work, how we can make it work with CLTC and the new board to make this work. And what you are gonna see is that something this board is committed to. This board is committed to transparency, communication, strict management, safety first, and a positive working relationship with the CLTC. So with that, if I may, I would love to pass to the commissioners the draft 2-year interim license agreement for your review. And I know you won't be able to, you might be able to read all 7 pages now, but it is a pretty simple one. And one thing that I do want to point out on this 2-year license, this draft, is that we are committing and we'll make sure that there's no grading to take place in these next 24 months while this is in place. That's something that is written clearly in here, and we want to make sure that you understand that that's not our business, and we will make sure that grading is not happening over the next 24 months. So what we do hope for in this, though, is that, I'll get this to you. Someone can help me pass these because I don't have a stapler. It's 7 pages each, front and back. But with this, what we are requesting of CLTC is that hopefully, because we have so many community events that are waiting for us, if this can be effective October 1, that would give us time to go in to really clean up the trails, clean it up after the typhoon, and get this back on its feet so our community can continue hosting these events. So something for your review, and we humbly ask that this is something we can get in place to make sure the raceway doesn't rot over the next couple of years, and allow us to continue hosting and operating these events while we work all the details out. This is really an interim. Notice it's not a lease agreement. It's really an interim agreement. It could also be an MOU. It's really going to be up to the commissioners, but. If you have any questions, we're all here.
Well, we haven't had time to read it, but outside of what you're proposing, I do have some questions. Okay? One of my biggest concerns, well, let me just state for the record, CLTC has never been against the activities, the sports activities that were occurring on the property. Okay? It's all the other things in the backside that contributed to the downfall of the Guam Raceway. All right. We have with us today our previous acting executive director, and I'm pretty sure she can attest that we never, at any point in time, were against the sports activities that were occurring on the property. All right. One of the biggest things that outside of the grading was accountability on revenue records, assignment of contracts, accountability for attendance because CLTC is supposed to be getting a portion of all of this. And there is no real accountability. I mean, part of the excuse that was given to us back then was, oops, the illegal authorization of Smith Bridge to build that shortcut, which was not on the property. The excavation of the lime stores, the lime forest fauna. Part of the agreement stated that bids had to go out with at least three respondents. That was not adhered to. So there's a lot of things in the backside that were occurring which actually led to the demise, and I'm just bringing it to the table that this has nothing to do with the sports activity. We're all in favor and we're all in support of it. It's being taken advantage of that we're not going to allow anymore.
Understand. Thank you. And one thing we up here, we won't be able to speak on behalf of the previous board, but that's something the new members are committing to, is that transparency and communication and working closer with CLTC to make sure that what happens up there is what's supposed to happen up there.
There's a lot of reporting that didn't happen, that should have happened. And I don't think we'd ever be able to recoup our losses if there was something that happened under the table that should have never happened. That's my outlook.
I think we're all here to let you know that we're here with a new board and we want to change the way things were. We want to move forward with full transparency. We're getting audits on all the books. Those will be open to the CLTC board. None of us are here for any financial gain. We're here to basically support the racing community and enjoy the hobbies that everybody's here about, you know.
Excuse me,
Yes.
can you just state your name and your
Jeff Jones. I'm one of the new board members. Was not previously involved in the board.
I remember you from last meeting, but I
Yes.
just, for the record,
Thank you.
everybody's
Yeah.
supposed to state their
Right.
name and position.
So we're here just for the love of racing, and we want to try to figure out a way to get everybody back on the track and off the streets and do it for a community. As you can see from the presentation, it's really a community area. It's just it's a shame that, you know, things in the past have derailed that, but we want to try to get things back on track. So.
Anybody else?
Sure. My name's Michael Limtiaka. I'm also a new board member on the GRF, and I concur with what board member Jeff Jones has said, is that we're all business leaders here that are on the board, and we understand the requirements for financial statements and the auditing of those financial statements, and we concur with your your assessment, Commissioner Garrido, that things were not done correctly in the past, but we're asking that you don't penalize the community and the new board members for the mistakes of the past GRF board. As Jennifer has presented to you, it's not just the board members up here that this impacts, it's the thousands of people that utilize the raceway. And we heard everybody loud and clear at the legislative hearing. We're hearing you loud and clear now with what you recited on what was not done correctly in the past. And we're asking you to give us a chance to do it correct. And you have a group of board members that are running the GRF now, that know how to do business, that know how to comply with the requirements, and we're asking you to please extend us the courtesy of trying to fix those issues that have happened in the past.
Can give the dumpster.
You have a question for me? I'm Tina Conker. I was the one helping run the drag race site.
And your son.
And my son,
That
yes.
was stupid.
My son that I was pregnant with at 17, and he keeps asking me, can we go to the track? I said, no, we cannot go in there. I speak for some of the drag racers, so I get questioned, when is the track gonna open? There are racing out on the streets, I'm not gonna lie. I can't stop them, I can't do nothing. I understand you guys have to take care of your business, and I respect that, but we've been shut down since June, so June, July, August, September. That's a lot of wait for these drag racers. They get itchy feet, they work on their vehicles, they want to test it out, and really they have nowhere to go. I especially don't want to take it out on the streets, and I always tell them, I can't say yes or no to you guys, but hopefully we do get the track open, and, we get back together and we run that racetrack, so we can get everyone off the streets that's racing. Like I said, I have 728 registered drag racers. So we don't want all 728 drag racers out in the streets. But it is kind of taking long, and it is affecting us that works on our vehicles, put money into it. We're just hoping that we do get that racetrack back open.
We can start moving forward. All you have to do is vacate the property so we can open up discussions for bid or for a license. But right now, with a pending legal issue, we can't do anything.
Actually, Commissioner Garrido, we have vacated the property.
Commissioner, I apologize. Just recently, we got information, notice from legal that this was after our meeting with the two attorneys, Attorney Cunliffe and so forth, that we just needed a letter indicating that they vacated. They provided that. We've taken off their chains, and so now, as a matter of fact, yesterday we went in and we opened it up. We have our own chains and padlocks, so we have access to the property. They have vacated. This is just recent.
Well, that's good news. It is a step in the right direction as far as I'm concerned.
We're gonna add that to the
I
checklist.
think we vacated in July.
Yeah, just to be clear, Commissioners, we sent a letter that we have vacated the property back on August 2nd. So it's not just recent, we've
It's a
recently
delay on
sent,
the AG's side.
right, we've recently complied with the request to send another letter, but we vacated the property on August 2nd. So it's over a month.
Well, like I said, it's a step forward.
I'm Jay Jones, I'm also one of the new board members. Everyone here at the table is a new board member, so just as an indication to you guys, how serious we are about trying to make this work is we've established an entirely new board, and we've met probably a dozen times in the last month to try and really move forward and make some progress on this. I think all of us, for the love of the sport, my kids grew up riding and racing there, I raced there, and like Mike said, the property's been vacated for over a month now, and we're worried about things falling into disrepair, about people coming from the outside and stealing copper, or all of the progress we've made over the years with the facilities, taking a giant step backwards, and the jungle reclaiming the tracks and so forth. So that's kind of where our sense of urgency comes from as well. It's just trying to get back out there and try and maintain what has worked so hard to create.
One of the other things we did is we requested from GWA to turn off the master meter as well, because without people constantly going up to the track, the water lines can have been known to bust a leak, and there's going to be a water bill liability. So we've done that in addition to vacating the property. One question that I have, or for all the commissioners, is that do you have any questions of us that make you think or suspect something is going on? Do you have any questions of these board members here to suggest that there's any benefit to keeping this a licensing agreement or a 50-year extension request? Do you feel that any of us benefit from it? Do you have any questions about that we can answer for you? Because I can tell you, I can speak for myself at least, that there is no benefit to us. In fact, most of the business up here actually have to pay in to donate to keep that track in its current condition. It's an expense to us, it's not a benefit to us. But I just wanted to throw that out there because if you have any questions of any of the board members that are serving on the GRF now, feel free to ask. We'd be happy to answer them.
Off the top of my head, I can't think of one, but I like the promise of being transparent, all right? In as much as you don't want us to take advantage of the raceway, we don't want the raceway to take advantage of the people of Guam.
We agree.
Because that's Guam property, that's not our property. We have nothing to gain in doing anything at all. We're doing more than any type of compensation that's being offered to us. We have a long road ahead, and it just happened that you guys were first in line for what we need to do to improve the situation for the CLTC and the people of Guam. I hope we can have an open line of discussion with you guys. I'm not saying you're going to get anything right now, but I'm just projecting in the future, whoever is going to be sitting there, be it you or some other entity, everything has to be transparent. And I go back to that unauthorized opening of a road from CLTC proper or Raceway lease, going over to Smith's Bridge. I don't know what you call it, where you break up the rock and make
Quarry.
quarry, okay? And I find it hard to believe, although Henry says it was done over a handshake, I find it hard to believe that a big company like Smith Bridge would enter into a deal like that without the necessary paperwork, because they can run that off as an expense in their business. And like I said, we're just so blind to a lot of things that went on there because it was kept from us.
I think we're all in the dark. Maybe. Maybe
Read the
Where the garden passed.
There's a light there.
Yeah.
No, we did read the, and we take it very seriously, Commissioner Garrido. We understand that, what has happened in the past can't happen again. I think all of the board
Exactly.
members, all of the board members are committed to the transparency that you seek. So, our ask of you is, what do you need from us in order to make it work? We're willing to provide any level of transparency, that you need, to make sure that we can save the track.
Yeah, well, like I said, this could have been resolved back in 2018, 2019, but President back then chose not to try and do anything about it until we sent the eviction notice.
Right.
Yeah, I think an example of our commitment in this proposed license agreement is our agreement not to do any, what do you call it, grading, quarrying, mineral extraction, whatever you want to call it. We agree not to do any of that.
Yeah.
And that's just an example of something that we're willing to do, more than willing to do.
We'll find out soon.
Yeah, and if there's anything else of that nature that you would like us to do, we're happy to talk about it. Because we really just want to race. We just want to race and enjoy the track. So all that other stuff, is just clouding the water.
I did volunteering up there with me and my family for about maybe my son's 17, 18, maybe about 15 years. Us volunteers on the drag race side, we don't get paid for it. We're there every Friday, Saturday, if not Friday, Saturday. You know, we miss family functions because it's either, should we let 700 racers race or should we go to a family party? So we open it. We're there from 5 to 12 o'clock midnight, 11 o'clock. So we don't get paid. My son, he loves the sport, so we're mainly there to support the younger generation and everybody that wants to race. So the benefit I get for running that drag strip side is to see the young kids come up and race, to see everyone happy racing and to make sure nobody's racing out in the streets. So that's the benefit I get for
Well, like I
having
said,
this racetrack.
open and honest visibility. Uh, Like I said, the OPA's report was not very nice. And, we don't want to see that, I'm pretty sure you guys don't want to see that. And being transparent is the only way it can work, and I hope whoever gets the license or bid, wins the bid for it, it's going to be transparent and adhere to the open bid policy for subcontracting work that's going to occur at the raceway.
So, Commissioner Rito, just a question. So, has the board made a determination that in fact it's gonna put it out for bid? Have you made that decision? Because under your authority, you still can grant a licensing agreement. It does not have to be put out for bid. But, you know, I'm getting the impression that potentially the board has already made a decision on putting it out for bid, or has that not been done?
I want to divert that question to our director because she's been speaking with our attorney, so what's the update regarding that question?
See, no decision has been made whether we're going to put it out for bid yet or not, but these are what we need to do.
Sure. Because I just would respectfully request that you consider that you have the authority to enter into a licensing agreement. And you also have the authority to put it out for bid, and what we're asking is that you consider the licensing agreement prior to considering the bid.
Well, we need to read what you're saying here first.
And that licensing agreement is subject to whatever the board chooses to put in there. So anything that the commissioner wants, commissioners and the commission wants, put it in. We have no issue with that.
That 50-year proposed lease.
No, this is just a
No,
two-year.
I'm just saying that 50-year proposed lease that was put on the table back in 2018. Okay. Said that the raceway would submit or work with CLTC on the terms of the lease. And the president did submit a lease agreement to CLTC. And this was under the leadership of Pika Farron. She made revisions to it, sent it back to the president, he never responded. But, like I said, that's in the past, all right? That's in the past. But these are the things we're going to be looking out for if we do negotiate into some sort of agreement, whether it be a lease or a license.
Right. Understood.
We're very excited to open up that discussion again, Commissioner.
Well, we need a source of revenue, and that raceway used to be, but not a big source, but it used to be a source of revenue.
And we,
It's hard to make money with racing.
Yeah.
It's usually a money pit. Everybody who races knows you spend more money on racing than you.
Same as voting.
Yes.
It's just like. But the federation also needs a revenue stream in order to maintain that property too, but we hear you loud and clear. That it needs to be
Well, like I said,
mutually beneficial.
You vacating the property,
Step one.
step one. That means there's no legal impedance for us to go forward. That's all my questions for now, but
I just need to enter for the record that we received on September 19th, just an update from our legal counsel with regard to GRF and the attempt to commercial license and or lease. It is a no-go. CLTC should proceed with the bid process. Now, that's from the attorney,
September 19th.
yes. September 19th.
Were we made aware of that, September 19th?
No, that was discussed after. It was just, she confirmed her not presence, and no, I did not send this information out on September 19th, so. Although, as I was saying, that this is something that the legal counsel has indicated, that it is still within the board, the commissioners, to make that decision. And to work with legal counsel to come up with another solution or resolution. That's the call of the commissioners and legal counsel.
Just a quick question, Director Tyron, the legal counsel's advice was commercial lease. Was there any mention of the public use facilities? Because I believe that there are currently agreements with the CLTC regarding not necessarily a commercial lease agreement, but a public use facility.
She didn't mention anything with regard to public use facility. We did have a discussion. This is going to require a potential meeting with Parks and Rec to see if, because they're already mandated to take care of things, to see if there could be an MOU between Parks and Rec, whereby they would manage it and we just collect a fee to work something out for public use and parks so that the activities can, should the commissioners decide, proceed.
So I think that's what the GRF board is looking at for this 2-year licensing agreement, is similar to what is currently in place for public use facilities. And that's why Jennifer took the effort to put in several things that benefit the public within the presentation. So if we go back to the first responders training, the military training, the use by the Rev and Tax to conduct their Class C licensing training at the facility. This facility, besides the motorsports activities that you see there, is a public use facility. So what the GR board is requesting, and I understand legal counsel's opinion on the commercial lease, is a public use facility or something similar that already exists and which the CLTC already has agreements with, to consider that for the 2 years as we look at the potential of opening up discussions related to public law 34-142, which authorizes the CLTC to enter into a 50-year agreement. And as you stated, Commissioner Garrido, figuring out a mutually beneficial and I don't speak on behalf of all the board members, but even a more beneficial agreement to the benefiting the CLTC, provided it covers the expense needed to continue racing on the lawn and saving the track.
That's a discussion that will have to take place with the commissioners and legal counsel.
Sure. Understood.
Well, all I can say is this was a good step forward.
Thank you very much for your time, Commissioner.
God bless.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you for your presentation.
Madam Chairwoman, at the request of Commissioner Herrera, we have Mr. Joseph Diego here from USDA and Guam Housing Corporation to respond to any questions and or inquiries that the commissioners might have in reference to, with Mr. Diego, the meeting that we had with USDA, FEMA, and any other, I believe it was Bill 107, also Guam Housing. So it's for the commissioners to decide if you would like to bring them up now or come back to it later. That's under, I think,
Well, if they're here now,
under the admin report.
if they're here now, let's hear from them.
That's the call of the commissioners.
Yeah, they're here now, so it's,
That's the,
Bring them up.
address them to the chairwoman. She is the individual who is,
They can come up.
just please come to the table, state your name and the agency. Just state your name and the agency.
Okay. Madam Chair, board members, Director Taro, thank you for having me today. My name is Joe Diego. I'm with USDA Road Development Area Director for Guam, Sinaloa, and the Western Pacific. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Mary Guerrero, and I'm the loan administrator for Guam Housing Corporation. Thank you for having me.
How today, everybody? It's very nice to be back. My name is Angie Camacho from Guam Housing Corporation, and I'm the manager, or deputy engineer.
Well, at the request of the commissioner, Mr. Diego's here. As I mentioned earlier, the other individuals were unable to attend. So Mr. Diego can respond to any questions that the commissioners have. We had a discussion at our meeting with regard to loan guarantees, what USDA is doing elsewhere. Also, the 1% loan available to lessees. The draft MOU that is with USDA Legal Counsel reviewing verbiage, right? In which, if I'm not mistaken, Joe, Guam Housing would take on the loan guarantee portion, right?
That's correct. So we've been working again since I guess as far back as last year in a revised MOU. In this case, USDA is proposing to bring our housing programs to CHamoru Land Trust with the assistance of Guam Housing Corporation as packagers. There's still some of the intricacies we're trying to work on in terms of a tripartite agreement. Obviously the days of just shaking hands and deals done is gone. I mean, CHamoru Land Trust has the land, Guam Housing has the packaging, and we have funds for our housing program, and I think it's, we did initiate an MOU back in 2005. And however, the Dave Davis EOC complaint suspended that. Now that that's been settled, we're bringing everything back to the table and trying to reintroduce the program again via an MOU. Just for your edification, I do have some handouts just to kind of show what kind of program we'll be bringing to the table. Basically, our home ownership program, we can allow up to a little over $400,000 for an eligible homeowner. The rate can be priced down to 1%. The current ceiling right now is about 3.875, and we can go term out the loan 33 to 38 years. And so we've been in the Western Pacific since back in the 70s under the trust territory days. Our housing program has been around. We've had a lot of success in the Marshall Islands, Palau, the FSM, Guam, and the fee simple properties. And in the CNMI, that's because of the Article 12, we cannot own land, but we've worked out an agreement with their state housing agency, the Northern Marianas Housing Corporation. Now, so the program can work, and I think if we can iron out the details of an MOU, these are things we can introduce. I'll just kind of briefly go over the handout. So the first handout is our 502 program, which basically talks about eligibility to acquire a USDA loan. So basically, in lieu of getting a mortgage, we'll work with Guam Housing and CLTC on an alternative instrument. In the outer islands, we have a deed of trust in lieu of a mortgage that we get from their state housing agencies. So that's the 502 program for people that don't own homes. Now, those that do own homes but need some help repairing their homes to make their homes safe, decent, and sanitary, we have our 504 loan and grant program. And again, these programs are available throughout the island. I'm just showing what we can bring for our CLTC. If you're 62 and above, you can get a grant up to $10,000, and if you're not a senior citizen, you get a loan up to $40,000 at a rate of 1% over 20 years. Now, on that note, the next two handouts, because of the Typhoon Mawar Presidential Disaster Declaration, we've got some exceptions for the 504 program that allows us to give a grant up to $40,000 for elderly. And I'm also working on the next page on this Code of Federal Regulations to expand eligibility for this program, because the 504 program is basically for very low income households, and I'm trying to expand it to low income households because, as we all know, we don't typically let our elderly live by themselves. We have family living in the house with them, and unfortunately we have to count all income to make them qualify for a 504 program. So this 504 program is really something to help families fix their homes, especially after the typhoon. I know there was a question about, with the guarantee. I believe the bill that the director brought up is allocating $500,000 to Guam Housing Corporation. And that's more as a good faith effort to show that the government is willing to provide some assurance to USDA that the mechanics of the MOU are going to work. So as an example, in the Marshall Islands, Marshall Islands and Palau, they also have a $500,000 escrow requirement. But because of the success we've had in the programs there, more particularly in the Marshall Islands, we've already given out over $8 million in homes, home financing for first-time homeowners in the Marshall Islands, and that's based on the $500,000 escrow. So as long as we see success gradually, delinquencies are under control, then we can expand the amount we can lend in support of that MOU. The last handout, I just want to give an example of the servicing requirements USD has to go through before we actually foreclose and require a collection from Guam Housing for any delinquencies we can't collect. And mind you, before USDA, because we're in the business of making families successful homeowners. We're not like the bank. We're looking at our bottom line. So we exercise all these tools before we determine that there's no way we can help them, we need to foreclose. In that case, like in the CNMI, Marshall, the MOU outside of that, we would tell our state housing agency, hey, we've tried, we cannot service the loan. In accordance with the MOU, you need to pay us our principal and interest. So they would do that and then take possession of the home, and then they'll resell it to another eligible citizen, and the collection they get from the selling will go back to replenish the escrow account. And we can even finance the person they sell it to. So we're very flexible with this MOU. Our mission, our homeownership program is really our bread and butter of USDA. So more as an example of how we want to see you be a successful homeowner with Typhoon Mawar, we automatically gave all our clients a 6-month moratorium on paying the loan. So they didn't have to pay us. They can focus on getting their life back together. If they needed more than 6 months, then we can give them up to 2 years. So all these tools we have to exercise. In fact, before we foreclose, if the attorney reviews it, oh, you didn't do one step, start all over. So it's a very detail-oriented requirement before we foreclose. It takes us 5-6 years to foreclose, if anything, at the least. So, that's how dedicated we are to seeing that family succeed. Oftentimes when we do foreclose, it's because the home is abandoned, the family just up and left, and so that's what we do. And then the other question the director asked me, not really tied to the MOU, we can probably consider doing this now, is we have a program that supports infrastructure development from water, wastewater, solid waste, available for CHamoru Land Trust. And the attractive feature with our program for water and wastewater is that it's primarily a loan program, but depending on the socioeconomic information available for users of that system, like if we look at a certain part in Jigo, we can throw in a grant that can actually extend up to 75% of the infrastructure costs. So, and in some cases, we, depending on, some other circumstances, that infrastructure cost can almost be 100% grant. So that's, and even if we get a loan, if there's no way we can do 100% grant, the loan portion of this is amortized over 40 years, and the rate can be anywhere from 2 to just under 4%. So if you factor in the grant and what remains as a loan, the loan part, instead of maybe, I'm just gonna say CLTC as an example, incurring the debt, that debt would be prorated amongst the users of the system. So basically, the users would be paying the loan via their user fee, and so that's quick and dirty. I know it's a lot I've explained, but before I got here, our leadership in Hawaii, our state director, was really anxious to see if we can get this going, and so I just wanted to share what USDA can bring to the table in terms of working an MOU to bring our housing program. Thank you.
When you said it's prorated with the users,
Yes.
so if I pay for the infrastructure to come in and I'm at the end of the road, every new applicant that would hook up with the infrastructure would pay towards my loan?
What we want to see is if we're going to do the infrastructure, it has to primarily benefit residents. So I think as far back as last year, we were having our conference calls with director's predecessor to look at a piece of property in Eagle, I believe, across Maine to put in infrastructure and bring in the housing. So those are lots that have no infrastructure. So basically, we're going to look at all the users. We're going to probably determine income levels and see how much of a grant we can put into that. So it's not like how the utilities do it now, where they'll put the infrastructure in for you. So whoever gets into that system would have to, they would pay into it, but you have to front the cost. I guess that's how the utilities work now. But we are going to put it in lock, stock, and barrel. And with that investment, we're going to work with the applicant for our infrastructure to make sure that there's going to be users. And based on the number of users, whether they're existing or proposed, we're going to kind of determine from that mix how much of a grant we can throw in and how much of the loan would be allocated. The grant is put in there to kind of lower the user cost and bring it in line with the current users outside of the system. Like the system development fee, that can all be covered with our program. So one of the things we did as an example, recently the Marshall Islands, they had a problem with their sewage outfall. It was actually dispersing raw sewage along the shoreline. So it jeopardized residences, businesses, and schools along that area. So it was determined by USDA, because it's a health and human safety hazard, we just gave them about a $10.2 million grant. We didn't do a loan because of that issue. I know if we do something in up north, because of the potential contaminants with the northern aquifer, we could make arguments to make it a 100% grant. And it's always subject to availability grants of the national, so it's always good to have that application ready to go at the beginning of the fiscal year. But on that note, there's a lot of special initiatives that Guam benefits from when we submit an infrastructure application. There's what we call a substantially underserved trust area. This was something that was initially only allocated for Native American tribes in the US. Well, they expanded it to include Pacific Islands. So because of that, any project coming from Guam will get special priority consideration for grants, and then the loan rate can be down to 2%. And then we're considered persistent poverty and distressed community just because we're so far from the mainland. So those special initiatives will give us priority. One may ask why GWA doesn't apply for this. Well, they're in the business of managing and operating. They don't really, so they would say if they don't want to apply for this because they're more concerned with the bigger picture. They said on military buildup and EPA stipulated orders. And they said typically something like this, developers would do the infrastructure and turn it over. So basically, that's where we're at today. When we were talking with CLTC last year, we're looking at CLTC being the applicant for our water and waste program, and have that MOU with GWA that once the system's done, then the GWA will take over. So we can get a little creative with how we do this, because I'm not sure GWA would wanna, it's necessarily on their radar priority to do new systems.
So, I think to the best of my knowledge, GWA does have a master plan to put sewer in the entire island of Guam. Now, how resolved are they of actually putting that plan into action? I don't think it's their top priority. They're more concerned with maintenance of the existing. It sounds good. It would benefit our residential land uses. Would that apply for agricultural?
So it would, but we want to make sure it primarily benefits residents. So if there's homes around the ag lot and the agriculture benefits from it, yes. And just to let you know too, I mean, we don't, for our water infrastructure program, the other benefit we bring into the table is if we get an application, we have a technical assistance provider that USDA pays for. They're a regional nonprofit called Rural Community Assistance Corporation, so they'll walk our applicant through the process of applying.
And you have this program in Saipan?
Yes, yes.
So are we using the same template as Saipan?
The MOU for the house. So,
Because Saipan,
let me,
only Saipan,
yeah.
current Saipan
Yeah,
born residents
Yes. We
are
do have
the
it in
own
Saipan.
land.
Well, we had it in Saipan, but when the garment industry and tourism crashed at the same time, they defaulted on the MOU. So we had at that time, their MOU was 20 years old. The escrow was only required to have 250,000, and they had 4 million in foreclosures. People just didn't have jobs. So after 6 years, we settled with them, with their government. They paid off 1.8 million. And now we have they want to do a new MOU, which we're ready to go. We have it ready to go. We're going to probably do it this year for CMI. So it's going to be our.
Working with CLTC is almost the same as
Yes.
working with Saipan.
Yes, and almost the same as in Hawaii, they have the Hawaiian homeland. So
Yeah.
OHA, I think, has the land, and Hawaiian homelands has money or something like that. So we have an MOU there. And who knows, one day, I mean, we may have to require the $500,000 escrow account, maybe 10 years down the line, if we have a performing MOU, but if it's under control, we won't need that, because Hawaiian Homelands doesn't have a cash escrow like we would have out here.
Commissioners, Mayor? So when we were still here, when I was still here, last year, I did meet with, Joey and I met with Guam Power, Mr. Benventi, and then Miguel Bergalio at GWA. And they said so long as CLTC approaches it in a focused manner, so you take a tract of land and that's where you're gonna focus on installing sewer, water, whatever, power. So long as it's focused, they're willing to work with us. Now, they don't want to hear us say, oh, can you put a line here and a line there, and over there.
It's gotta be a plan development.
Yeah, they're open to that. So just so you know, that discussion did happen and they were supportive of it.
Yeah, because GPA and I believe GWA also has a program where if I'm the end recipient with their program, I pay for the infrastructure coming in. But every time somebody else hooks up to it, I get credited back for my initial cost. And that's why I asked you earlier about my first question.
So, if you're a beneficiary of where the infrastructure is gonna be put in, no, we wanna make sure we put the system in and you're only gonna pay your share, not.
What GPA, like I said, and GWA, that's the first tenant or customer, if he's at the end of the road, less what their projected annual cost would be. You pay for the infrastructure, and then every time when somebody hooks up, he's credited back until that entire roadway is full. But I like your way better. The grant sounds a lot more better than,
You know, with President Biden's bipartisan infrastructure legislation is a lot of money, but we just haven't taken advantage of it yet, so.
Okay, so the public hearing that we had last week for the $500,000, how does that tie in with the USDA? Because I know it was part-time. Is that supposed to be the format?
So my understanding, you're talking about 107,
Yes.
right? There are still discussions on the MOU and possibly amendments to the law. But it is a relationship, and it has to be a relationship between USDA, Guam Housing Corporation, and CHamoru Land Trust. Which, there is one that exists, so just so you know. There's an existing MOU between the three.
The 2005.
Yes, correct.
Okay. And then with the SUDA program, we were saying that if we were going to develop on top of an aquifer, that we could possibly change from 75 to 100% grant, possibly.
If the, basically USDA will look at it as like we get a certification from US EPA, and I'll just use like the Neobaza subdivision where there's some rampant potential contamination of our aquifer. If EPA comes in and says that the infrastructure's not put in, then it poses a general health and human safety hazard. So USDA would take that certification and say, okay, we can do 100% grant if we can factor in the low right away. And SUDA would give a Guam application priority over project in California because Guam is a designated substantially underserved trust area. So if the Guam is trying to get a $10 million grant, California is trying to get that $10 million grant, Guam will get the advantage because of our SUDA designation over a non-SUDA. So that's how that factors in.
We're here to answer your questions.
So, I guess fiscal year 24 would be coming around the corner, so we may be projecting within the next 12 months or so.
Yes.
Probably.
Yes.
To get all the nuts and bolts in order.
So, Ms. Camacho, when you were here, what happened to that tract of land where the federal government was going to subsidize the infrastructure?
So we were working with a nonprofit organization, or CAC. I'm not sure where it stands today, but we were looking at a property in Dedido where the lots are substandard in size, and therefore the current leases that have been issued, the lessees wouldn't be able to do anything with it, being that the property is substandard in size. And so we were looking at putting in sewer so that it would comply with local law. And I believe that we were making some headways. There was a lot of challenges that we were encountering at the time, and it had to do with DUNS number and some other federal, is it the DUNS number, Joey?
DUNS number and unique entity identifier. It's an administrative requirement for any federal grant program, whether it's USDA, SDA,
So when, in
Did we ever get
January,
a DUNS number?
Joey?
So we have a DUNS number, there is an issue with the DUNS and the identifier. We met with USDA, was she here, the USDA for the region? And they committed to helping fix that, that issue. Joey's following up with that, or should be following up with that, to work with the office back there to make that correction. Since our meeting, yeah.
And again, that's only required if
Yeah.
CLTC, we're gonna apply for our
For a grant,
infrastructure.
yeah.
for our infrastructure program. But if, you know, Guam Waterworks can do something else, and it has to be them that applies. So in that case, we're looking at that time as CLTC as the developer, so they would apply for the DUNS and the UEI.
I think at the time that the law was changed, in the spelling of CHamoru, I believe that that was one of the issues that we were having. How we spelt it initially, and then how it's spelled now.
So Ms. Rivera?
Guerrero.
Rivera. Is there anything that you can help us with on our loan?
We continue to process whoever comes in and are leasing CHamoru Land Trust property. And if we base it on our underwriting policy so that they can show the repayment, their credit worthiness, all of that collateral is in fact appraised at the value, not lower than what they're borrowing. So we look at the applicant themselves and their credibility. We were able to get a loan guarantee from CHamoru Land Trust for the loans that were issued. But we are looking at tightening our underwriting so that in the event that's not possible, we would still like to assist the applicants, because based on those that have applied with Guam Housing, their performance, I mean, they are performing loans. And with many applicants waiting, I don't think it would be an issue that somebody else would not be able to assume the loan. I understand they're also designating a beneficiary. So maybe at that time, if there's no guarantee, Guam Housing can even kind of do a preliminary review or even have the beneficiary be a co-signer, so that if something happens to the main borrower already, that beneficiary should be able to assume, and it won't, you know, it won't have to be a burden on CHamoru Land Trust to make the payments. But really, we have not, you know, we try to work like rural development. We go through so many steps to try to see, especially if it's a reason beyond their control, that they were delinquent. Then we'll try to see what we have in our policy that allows us to help them if it requires moratorium, as long as we know that at some point after that they're able to resume the payments. But we look at it on a case by case, and like I said, those that we have given loans, they're performing loans, and by performing anything no more than 60 days, and because of what happened with the typhoon and all that, we do keep that under consideration when we're servicing the loans. So we generally don't, and we've been discussing with Director Tyron, you know, which she was clear that might not continue. So we're looking at exploring and expanding or amending our loan underwriting to see, so that we can look at the applicant themselves, maybe the beneficiary that was designated in their lease or the guarantee, and we'll work from there. We'll provide them whatever guidance, so that if we say we need to have someone else assume, then we will notify them, so that at least we can have other applicants that are willing to assume that loan and look at that alternative over paying the loan in full. But it could be that CLT can be making the monthly payments if they rent out that house, just to keep it, so that there's not a notice of acceleration where the loan would have to be paid in full. So that's another way where you don't have that demand to pay it in full, just keep it in that performance status, have it rented by another eligible applicant. In the interim, that's another, you know, that can happen, because then the loan would still be paid And CLTC then can monitor who would rent until they continue their processing for a loan. But, you know, having that many applicants, I don't think it'll be a problem for someone to rent it until the time you finally have someone that will take over the leads, I'm assuming. Because we will go out there. If they are in a non-performing status, we will go out there and inspect the property. We may even request an appraisal so that we make sure that at least the value is still there to repay the loan. But the alternative is that monthly payments are made, remitted to Guam Housing until one has been identified to us. So you have other options and just, but we're exploring that. We have yet to, we're scheduling a working session with our board as well with what we may propose in lieu that if we're not able to get a guarantee.
Of the 40 loans that we currently have in our portfolio though, I think we only have a challenge with one, and the case is unique. So I'm pleased to say that we have not had the need to call on the guarantee.
Right.
Good ratio.
Well, what we're tracking with Guam Housing is a 0% default rate at this point in time. SBA is a different story. It's under 20%, about 18.4 or something with regard to default. I also was going to be part of my loan guarantee update, but since you're here, were you able to discuss the idea, and I also met with Chairman Fork, of reducing your interest rates for the Mauar disaster victims, right? And not the 6%, and if you can't do the 2%, although the SBA interest rates vary, something that's reasonable for Guam Housing and the individual. I think he indicated that that would be part of board discussion as well.
And the reduction, is that for their current lessees, right? Or is it
Current lessees.
for renovate, repair or?
Repair, home
Because we
repair,
do
yeah.
have where we can hold a second mortgage, and I believe at this point it's lower than a 6, it's 5%. So we'll just go through, and if the board approves the reduction, then, you know, of course I'll just carry out.
Nonetheless, I think it's really important to say here too that if there's anybody that is needing of a loan for repairs, for construction, please just send them up to us and we'd be happy to.
I think we do have some constituent or tenants whose home was devastated by the typhoon, and they've already been approved with SBA, but this loan guarantee is holding up their forward momentum where you can't do anything unless we sign off on the loan guarantee, correct? And if you guys can give them a comparable interest rate, maybe we can tell them to go over Guam Housing.
I couldn't speak to that now because that hasn't been presented to the board. Nonetheless, if they're interested, we're upstairs. And
I think they're interested, but not at the regular rate, because they got a better deal with SBA. If you can make it competitive, I'm pretty sure they'll switch over and the money will stay in Guam.
I think there's a lot of factors to consider and definitely something that we need to bring to our board as well.
You know, specifically just for the disaster, it's not for the
Understand. Yeah.
everyday loan.
Are the loans that SBA are processing, are they for repair of the home or for personal property?
So all the letters that we've received is for the structure, right, the land, cleanup, personal property. However, the information that we're providing to the commissioners with regard to what it is that the commission can guarantee is only for structure and land. Previous boards have guaranteed everything, but the information for these commissioners is we can only guarantee, should only guarantee the home and the land, not any personal property or anything like that.
That's good, because really the government should be guaranteeing something that they can just remove from the premise and leave with it. Not necessarily because, it's, so, it should be for the building or cleaning up, but not really for personal property, although maybe the total warrants a mortgage or leasehold mortgage, but you shouldn't have to guarantee the personal
They have to
aspect.
put some skin in the game, right?
Right, I agree with you.
And if I may, the MOU is really only for if we need security. Like our 504 loan on grant on a smaller scale, if the damage is not total, like if we can do an unsecured loan of up to 10,000 at 1% if they don't make their own safety and sanitary. And if they're elderly, like I said, they can get the grant. So, and we won't need an MOU for that. That's already available because we don't need security for those amounts.
And those people can apply through housing or?
That one would be directly with us
Okay.
because we don't need the MOU for that. In fact, with the COFA immigrants that they're not eligible for FEMA and SBA assistance, they're eligible for our program, so they're actually visiting us for that. So we've got some applicants.
I did pick up a long form from upstairs.
Okay.
So I'll be passing it on to some of the constituents from here.
And we got some
Okay.
information for you as well.
We really want to try to get the loan guarantee going, so we're going to discuss that. So. Okay, good, Madam Chair.
Well, thank you for coming and explaining to the board your services.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Please shut up the commissioners.
Hey, this month. You guys have been hanging out too much?
Get a long drive to school.
We're on
7B, Madam Chair, Guam International Country Club,
yeah,
and we have a presentation for the commissioners.
sure.
Would you like, please come to the table, state your name, and sign the sign-in sheet as well.
What's this one?
Hello, my name is Yohei Koike, General Manager of Guam International Country Club.
My name is Carlos Camacho. Madam Director, can I start? Oh. Go ahead. Okay, you guys still have the presentation from two previous meetings that we had? Okay. I'm not sure where we left off, but I'll just do some cursory, just to remind everybody where we came from. So, the GICC organization was looking to diversify its property to its highest and best use. And that what motivated all that is, one is we're trying to find a more stable cash flow and a sustainable cash flow for all partners here. And again, in the second page of our presentation, what gave the financial opportunity, as I described in previous meetings, is in 2022, the Inflation Reduction Act was passed, and for solar farms, the tax credit, what used to be only 22%, went up to as high as 50%. So that's one way to lower the cost of development, so we can be competitive when we provide the final kilowatt hour cost. The other thing was the property is already cleared, so we don't have too much investment in clearing it, so we can actually see the topography and all that. That's number two. Number three, the GPA power grid is located only 50 feet away. Is that the north side or east side? South side of the property, 50 feet. And based on our research, it would absorb our potential demand or development. Our proposal is to create, one time when I was, again, as I disclosed, I've been in discussion with the policymakers of the legislature. So they had to break the potential legislation into two parts. One, they will create the endowment foundation, and the reason we're creating the endowment foundation, which you guys control, and that funds that is part of the money yielded from the net present value cash flow, which I'll show you how we came up with that, will be placed in the endowment foundation so that it is not touched by other members of the government to grabbing it and all that kind of stuff. The endowment is controlled through an investment arm that stays there, and you guys will hire your own financial advisor. I'll leave that up to you guys, but for example, Gita is the Governor Guam financial advisor, and they've done this same exercise for one of their sister agency, Ancestral Land Commission. And they've used a financial rate of return of 4%, and I'll show that in the slide, on different statuses, but what a 4% return, which they've done already, yielded in regards to their cash flow of their investment. We have an environmental slide here because what used to be the golf course sits at the top of the northern aquifer. And when we maintain the golf course, we have to use a lot of fertilizers and all that kind of stuff to maintain the greenery and all that. So what this does basically is we eliminate that part of the equation, and we provide, we diversify the use to a solar farm. And there's other bullets here that you guys have in your stuff.
I'm sorry.
You guys have
Can I just get clarification, Commissioner? You indicated that the legislation was to be bifurcated. The first is to create the endowment, and what would the second be?
Oh, the second would be, I'm sorry, I didn't clarify. The second would be to, in our proposal is, we have to change the use of the property to be a potential solar farm. And third, our lease agreement ends in 2039. We need it to be extended, and that's only through legislation to extend the lease up to 2055 only. So we can have a 30-year combination on our power generation opportunity to sell back to GPA. Can you repeat what you just said? I was listening, and then I had a thought, and I broke my train of thought because I wanted to hear what you were saying. So can you repeat what she had just asked? She was asking, because earlier I talked about there'll be two legislation. Mm-hmm. And when I was talking to the policymakers, just to discuss it, I said, Carlos, we have to bifurcate the two, because you can have two subject matters in one legislation. And to bifurcate the two, they're gonna create the endowment fund, where the funds from this accelerated rent or net present value, which you guys have in chapter 75, you already have the investment vehicle through accelerated rent. So the great news, you already have that vehicle to do that, right? So I think that's 75103 or 1010, I don't have it, but it's in there if you guys know that. And then that money will go to that account. On the second bill, because it has to go in parallel, the second bill will, one, potentially extend the lease from 2039 to 2055. And then the diversification of the use. And that lease has a and the second one has a $7 million to $9 million cap on the net present value of the lease. And I'll show that here how we got it. So one of the questions the senator asked, or their policy guys asked is, well, Carl, what happens if the net present value is $2 million? And then we are gonna take whatever the commission has within that range. Because we did our cash flow model based on that range, and we'll show you what that will yield. And we hope to become a win-win situation. So they just asked the question, what if because in the second opportunity, you guys will hire your own MIA, master appraiser, to appraise the net present value from the cash flow. From there, they're gonna say, Commissioner, here's the value. And so that's what they ask, wow, Carlos, what happens if it's only 2 million or 3 million? Well, the legislation will have a cap from 7 to 9. And I'll explain that in the financial model here in a short time. And is that clear? Okay. Commissioner?
Yeah.
Okay. So as you know, the property is 205 acres. And sitting on the property is 6 GWA water wells. Am I correct, Eli?
Yes, 6 or 9.
6 or 9.
Okay.
So it's even, that's why we try to even protect the fertilizers not going into the water well.
Yeah.
But, or the aquifer. Can you back up? Are you proposing to rezone the property or just get a variance? Right now, the two solar farms, the Marble and the Dundan, are agriculture zone. This property is already agriculture zone. So we still gotta go to the Guam Land Use Commission to get a variance approval for solar farm. So you're going after a variance? We have to do that, yes. And one of the things in the same proposed legislation, because there are conflicting sections of the statute, like 75102-2, I forget, there was like 3 or 5. So we want to make sure that your endowment fund doesn't get commingled with those. But the cash flow from that, you guys can use it for those categories.
If the application for solar requires more than the agricultural zone, would your company be willing to upgrade the zone?
Oh, no, he's saying if we need to do zone change. Yes, that we're going to do to comply. But like I said, we did our homework. If you look at the other two farms, they're all agriculture zone. And got approved to Guam Land Use Commission for the variance. But you're right, in case someone in the law changes, you got to do it.
If EPA decides to get strict.
Yeah. You're right. So the other question you guys had in the last meeting was, how do you know there's a demand for it? Well, two things. I'm glad that you guys asked that because I'm only going to show what's public because I couldn't invite GPA. So GPA has a renewable plan to call for 180 megawatts of solar energy. Now this one here, we're going out on a phase 1, phase 2, a phase 3 RFP. We're still going to compete. Now, unlike the first two developers, their offsite infrastructure to the grid is miles and miles away, and that was the high cost. So we did our homework. That's why we think we will be competitive. One, in 2022, before those, 2022, the Inflation Reduction Act passed before these other two development happened. So 50% tax credit will help offset the cost of the development. That's one. Two, 50 feet away is on the south side of the stuff is the grid that could absorb that. And what was pretty interesting was yesterday, I listened to a solar bill at the legislature and the public hearing.
because DOE wanted to incorporate the rooftops for everything. Now, this may, hopefully not to confuse everybody. GPA defines the solar farms or roofs or program under two definitions. One's called net metering, one's called utility scale. The addendum and Marble is a utility scale. We are proposing a utility scale. So our benefit is for the community as a whole, not it's just a certain targeted public body or commercial body. That's why they were against it, because if they take 12 million out, like they gave an example yesterday, the PUC, if they take 12 million out of their cash flow, then someone has to cover that debt. They have to raise the rates to the ratepayer. That's what, who wants to do that? But if it's a utility scale, what we're proposing, like the other two, that offset will benefit the community as a whole. So that was the two differences, and I'm glad they described that if you guys were watching that, or it's in YouTube and you can watch that again. So they recommended that if GPA wants, DOE wants to get the rooftop, change it all to a utility scale, because there's a lot of demand for, they're trying to get off the fossil fuel to lower the cost of fuel, and that's where you get your LEAC rate increase over time.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Okay, so I got a copy of this wasn't available in the package, but I'll leave it here. This is the one, this is a source only through the public meeting, public record that GPA is going for this proposal. Okay. Here you go. Thank you. So if you guys go to the page on the lease analysis, this is the one where we have to figure out what the lease analysis is all about. So if you look at the present lease up to 2029, and what the GACC is paying, up to 2029 they'll pay, if everything's paid in full, they'll pay $5.396 million in full. 5.3 million, 5.3. If we're granted the extension from 2029 to 2055, it will pay, but this will have an escalation clause change. Presently, we're paying at 10%. From 2030 forward, we'll pay at 12%, just to give a little extra cushion on the jump. And that cash flow will bring in $13.8 million on this stuff, on the rent cash flow, if we stay the status quo. Is that clear so far? Okay. So what we did is an Excel sheet. You know you have the net present value, because we didn't get this appraised yet. We took our cash flow, and I did the net present value, and I used a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and I don't know what the MIA would use for Guam. And the net present value is 8 million, 7 million, 6 million, 5 million, 4 million, and 4 million. So that's why when I did the average, I went in and did, in this proposed legislation, we did a 7 to 9 million cap. That's how we came up with that number. And that would be further concurred, hopefully, when you guys have your third-party MIA appraiser to, and again, as the policymaker was asking, what happened if it was below that cap? I go, well, the legislation already gives a ceiling, a minimum ceiling of 7, a maximum ceiling of 9. And that's what we could live with to make it work on a win-win. Now you want,
So
what?
that's your hedge then,
Yes,
7 and 9?
it's 7 to 9.
Yeah.
And of course, our goal is to try to lower it to 7, but if you guys want a 9, the law says 9. You know what I mean?
No, you're stating what's the bottom and what's the top.
Yes, exactly. So that's how we came up with that formula. Now let me just go to the corpus. Assuming at the end of the day it was at 7 million, the corpus we did it at 7 million. We gave different rate structure of the rate of return. I started at 4% because if you guys wanted to have a case study, you could contact Gita as your advisor. Goes, what is the rate you got for Ancestral Lands Commission, for example, just to verify it as a third-party comp. That cash flow will yield $8.8 million on the remaining term of the lease from that cash flow. Average of $23,000 a month at $8 million. If you guys want to go a little more aggressive, and that's why I got a couple of sheets, but that's your guys' decision with Gita. I did a 5, 6, 7, and 8. If you did a 6% return, if that's, you want to do a little hybrid aggressive, you guys will generate a $20 million full lease. Remember, the most we can pay directly was 13, so you have anywhere from 15 to 20 million if the corpus was 7 million. And then that's how you came up the monthly payment. This 35,000, 23, 29, 35, whatever investment you guys want, that's a cash flow you guys have access to do. It's not the endowment fund. That comes back to you guys to do whatever you guys please to use it for those other sections of your law. I mean, of your statute, chapter 75. Now, the endowment fund just stays there, and you guys can figure out, have other funding sources to keep raising that fund.
Mhm.
But that's just for this one entity. So that's 7 million. If we did it for, the most you generate is 15 million. So a couple of million more than the 13.8 million that I showed in your normal grant. If we chose 7.5 million, if that was the corpus, that 4% will yield 16.9 million. Or if you went up to 6%, 21 million. Okay, so we did that to even to 8 million. That corpus will yield 18 million to 23 million. So more than the 13 million, which you guys can do, you can do the math. And then if we went, we got the 8.5 just in case, 19 million to 24 million. And if we capped it at 9 million, your corpus at minimum will be 20 million to 26 million. Again, you guys will figure out the investment vehicle with Gita, your advisor, in which how risk or how safe it is to do it. Now, the reason, I know when I met the director to present this, she goes, well, why do we present the S&P 500 index? Why did we present the Dow Jones Industrial? And why did we present the NASDAQ? I only brought this up to show from 2003 to 2022, the historical rate of return that bond market or that stock market yielded, average anywhere from 26%, 8%, 10%, 12%, whatever the case may be. That's if you just want to go through that. But just to show you historically, each of these three examples show a pretty high return. Of course, in 2020 something, remember they got hit by COVID, the industry, everybody got hit, so we don't hope we don't have another pandemic situation, but other than that, majority of the time, it was good. But Gita can advise you on how did they protect because I was in that meeting, and they invested in Social Lands Commission 13 million. It's because they wanted their money returned, a good return back to their cash flow for Social Land. So that's the cash flow. Then, oh yeah, we did the. Yeah, that's it. That's a nutshell. Let me see what else.
How's your progress going with the legislature?
Well, I told them that I'm meeting you guys. I met with the director first. I did a partial presentation one time, but we didn't have enough time because there was other topics. I'm doing the follow-up meeting today, and they said, Carlos, this is way to find them the funding. We got the support, but before we move, we do need a support.
Are you going through the utilities oversight?
No, I'm going through the appropriation oversight, because this deals with money.
And who's that?
Joseph Augustine. And so he's, my mind too, I was thinking and then I just come. The, oh yeah, there is, other than you, as I stated before, and as he said, can you get a resolution supporting this movement, you know, this draft or whatever we call it? I said, I'll leave it up to them because hopefully they'll see the benefit to this and diversifying a win-win situation and everything. Because, okay, yeah, that's what I'm asking, if we can do a resolution in support. You guys too have the opportunity to go through a public hearing process, because when you see the final draft and you say, oh, I don't like this, I don't like that, whatever the case may be, you as the board can still participate, as the director and the COC can still participate in the public hearing process to make further amendments or addition. Or maybe on the dominant side, because you know how the legislature, they always like to put something that is maybe what you guys are not.
Did they give you any type of timeline?
Oh, they're ready to go. I told them I'm respecting the.
Sure, of the two public hearings.
Yeah, that I don't know, because it goes to them approving it, goes to Senator Burnett's committee rules, then it gets assigned to, in this case, I think it's Therese Terlai, Speaker Therese Terlai. Then Therese has to schedule the public hearing. And I'm hoping that they see, because I've been seeing her support CLTC many times through resolving the Dave Davis situation and providing you guys a seed money for, you know, I know you guys can talk about it on the bill. It may not be enough to cover. I don't know, you guys are working on that, but I see her characteristics in trying to support this. This is one way.
And how about the GPA side?
GPA? Well, they do need to try to minimize their fossil, and we think we will be competitive in offering because of 2002.
Do you foresee a timeline from the GPA side?
Oh, that's why I'm trying to move this fast, because there are RFPs coming out in 90 to 100 days. And I know the bureaucracy of sending it to the bill writer, to committee rules, then to the senator to open a public hearing.
But will your support from the legislature, would they make it available before GPA announces a bid for that?
That I can't say. I'm just
That's
gonna
why
have
I'm
to.
asking you, what's the timeline that
I know.
the legislature gave you?
Well, we know that GPA has a phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, and phase 4. They're only gonna announce phase 3. We're trying to meet that demand. In case we miss that, we're gonna get ready for phase 4.
Okay. I was just wondering about the timelines involved.
Yeah. But I did tell the senator, you guys have the opportunity to go through the public hearing process and do additions or amendments. But I hope that when we write it, it's basically in the spirit of just as nutshell we're doing. Of course, through whatever language they put it, because I'm not a bill writer. They write things to
No,
me.
because if it does go out on a bid, my thoughts are, being the proximity of where you are to the Dedadu substation / plant, saves you guys money. Saves you guys money.
Oh, no, that's right.
Compared to Margot and
Yeah.
London.
Yes. And the other thing, I just want to say, in the event, the 30,
That's why they allow you to underbid any other bidders, because the total.
that's why we think the opportunity is close, because all these, the federal incentive and all that. But the other thing that,
Even if it's a mile away, you can still put in a good bid.
yeah,
But you're not a mile away.
no, that's why that's the reason. The other thing is, after the anniversary date in 2055, which we haven't seen what our relationship is yet, the infrastructure asset will be there. So there'll be, unlike the original lease, it ends. This will be a continual lease and you can continue the cash flow model. But that's, you know, I don't know how it'll be, but
Are you sure you would do right?
that's exactly.
I'm not.
Yeah, but at least there's, maybe when you make, how you guys were always trying to say, that's why I like to listen to all the different case studies you guys going through. When you sign the amended lease for the solar, you guys can put the provision that, maybe not for the first developer, you say when the lease ends, that the utility infrastructure still stays in place. Because the only panels that disintegrate, because they get a 5% disintegration per year, will just be changed because all the real estate will stay. And then the cash flow will stay back. But you know, that could be all negotiated through the lease agreement.
Yeah, it can be impacted into it.
Yes, so you know that even after there's potential carryover. You want to make sure there's a carryover to opportunity.
Well, I wish you guys well.
So the reason we didn't introduce it yet, because I told the senator from the last meeting, one of the commissioners, when I asked if I could do this in parallel because of the timing, he said, can you wait till you do your presentation, which is today.
Well, like I said, I wish you guys well.
Yeah, so.
If it's going to benefit the people along, I wish you well.
When they introduce after today's meeting, they will send you guys, they said they will send this commission and the director a copy for her, you guys.
For review.
For review.
Yeah.
To get ready for the public hearing or any changes.
I have no question.
For you, Alice?
I don't have any questions. This is a presentation for the commissioners.
That's it?
I do want to say for the record, however, and this is really up to the commissioners, this is their decision. And I'm only saying this as the current administrative director with the responsibility to our CLTC beneficiaries, right? Is the law states that this property is to be used for a golf course and you're seeking to get that changed.
That's correct.
I would say that I believe if GICC is unable to continue to operate this as a golf course as the law states, return the land so that CLTC may be able to build homes because the infrastructure is already there for its lessees or potential lessees. For me, as the current administrative director, the best use of that property is to build homes, partner with another agency that can actually do it. We would have eliminated one of the most long-standing and most costly issue in getting lessees into homes, right? So I speak only as the current administrative director. It's not my decision. It's going to be based on the commissioners, their decision. But I do need to make it known that I oppose this. And if this is to move forward, then allow for other companies to bid to use this if it is the desire of the commissioners to allow this property to be used as a solar farm, that it go out to the bid process. I believe that by doing this via legislation in the way that you're trying to get it done is special interest and could be, the CLTC could be, well, of course, unless the bill passes, liable to that.
Yeah.
But if the commissioners decide to use this property as a solar farm, open it up to others to bid. My recommendation is no, turn the property over, pay what is due the CLTC, GICC still $700-some thousand behind, right? So that we can use that money to address and help our constituents. So I just wanted to put that, I apologize if I'm out of order, but as the current administrative director, I am concerned. And I want it for the record that I oppose that. Return the land, we'll begin working on building homes. I'm not enamored by the potential money to be earned or gained. And we also had this discussion, one of the questions I asked was, GICC will deposit 10%, right? And then hoping that the market does well, they'll continue to pay into the endowment fund until it reaches its full corpus level, correct?
No, to clarify that is their existing lease for now, because it'll probably take 1 or 2 years to go to the land use commission, all that process. They'll still continue to pay the lease. This is the lost time. They'll still continue to pay the lease and their commitment to their lease, right? Then when the law is signed, when the land use commission passes it, it's gonna probably take another year or so to start the construction of the program. That's when we kick in, when we do the NTP construction, we do the 10% down on, if let's say the number was 8 million, 10% down would be 800,000. Is it 800,000? Yeah, 800,000. And then when they finally turn the product over and provide the sell to GPA, they put the remaining 90% corpus in. Now, the original liability they own on their lease, they'll still pay it until those other milestones are exercised. Now, if it comes to affordable housing, I build affordable housing, and I think this is just me, and I know you always mention, Director, that it's not about the cash flow, but I think if you have a corpus that's finally done and a steady, sustainable cash flow from the corpus, you can use that money to develop the other unimproved lots you got that in your inventory to grow. And I know, again, if you don't, since you brought up housing, I know, because I was involved in it in 2012, only in the sideline, watching one of the lots that you guys had developed, went through the whole land use commission, rezoning, everything up in Jigo across the gym. And that yielded 166 lots. And the government that was wanted to be a developer couldn't make it work. I'm not gonna say what the reason was, couldn't make it work. And then when the Tenora administration came, right after COVID, they put out the RFP for that again, right? For that property, and the RFP was put out by Department of Public Works. As a housing developer, I submitted not RFP, it was called an RFI to say, who can bring in the infrastructure and build these houses based on this price category. That's all public record, because that's an RFI that was announced, I forget, 2021 or something.
Mr. Camacho, I'm sorry, I just want to state for the record that I won't support it. I don't support it, but it's up to the commissioners.
I just wanted to show,
right?
yeah.
And that I do understand that the government does have a difficult time in putting in infrastructure, it's costly. CLTC is actually working with GWA to help. They've got grants, so working on those relationships to try and get it out there, right? With regard to taking money that's going to be earned and putting it into other things, that's great. If lessees paid their bills on time or paid what is due to the CLTC on time, we could probably do the same thing. Maybe not at 13 million, but working off of the interest on that. I just wanted to state for the record, Madam Chair, Commissioner Herrera and Commissioner Garrido, that as the current administrative director, I don't support it. However, it's up to the commissioners to decide.
No problem. You're right. Thank you.
And I apologize if I'm out of line. Or
You're stating the fact.
I have no question. No question.
Mr. Camacho is seeking a memorandum,
Resolution.
a resolution from the commission.
You know, that's the legislatures.
request.
Yeah.
And we don't know if it's gonna pass too, by the way.
And the thing is, it's GPA that's asking for customers to bid, and that doesn't guarantee that they'll win the bid.
Yeah, it's not guaranteed.
But I can see the logic where it's close to the GPA plant. It won't be that costly for them. But we have also to remember that the golf course is supposed to be for the use of
That property.
our residents.
Yeah, the sanctioned use of that property is for a golf course. Now, if that's gotta change, it's gotta change from the legislature, which is what you're addressing now.
That's correct.
Okay, so.
And we don't know if we're gonna get the votes. There could be a sponsor, it
You
could
don't
still
know if
fail.
you're gonna get the votes, you don't know when GPA will come out with the bid.
Mm-hmm.
And you do have an advantage though because of your proximity to the power plant.
And
it's GPA that will decide who wins the bid, because if they feel you're not eligible, they don't have to entertain your bid.
that's right. And then also the federal tax credits that will help lower the costs. That's all we got to try.
So I have no questions, no more questions.
Well, thank you for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Madam Chair, can I call for a recess?
Sure. 10 minutes.
Okay.
Thank you.
I'm just shooting you so.
You're the man. Everybody coming very much. I was like, this is interesting. If I'm gonna live here, I mean, might as well know everything. Why not? Yeah, technically. Hey, that's easier. Awesome. Yeah, I'll bring it.
was sent, had a brief discussion with his chief of staff regarding the issue we are asking for as the commissioner's motion, $12.8 million. Senator San Augustine's chief of staff indicated that he would discuss it with the senator and call me back to meet if they needed further clarification. I've met with the Guam Housing Corporation regarding loan guarantees. A letter was sent to GHC regarding the loan guarantees to memorialize our meeting and conversation. In addition, I asked that they would consider reducing their interest rates for malware disaster victims seeking to rebuild, most especially SBA applicants. I also met with the chairman of the Guam Housing Corporation board and asked if this could be a consideration. The chairman indicated that he would take it up with the board. GHC board is meeting at the end of the month, if I'm not mistaken. An update on SBA discussions. The SBA attorney has indicated that they are aware of the CLTC meeting for September 21, 2023. I asked her for any type of information, update, or discussions that have been taking place. She's indicated that CLTC is still under review. They are committed to trying to help SBA applicants. However, with regard to our request to address these or mitigate these current issues, she said it's still under review with their management. I've also been in discussions and communications with the governor's office to discuss a potential solution to include funding and address the current law with regard to the loan guarantee fund to reasonably secure the loans that have been authorized. I'm open to any questions for the commissioners. I understand that it has been said and I have been accused of not being proactive or taking any actions with regard to these loan guarantees. I am doing everything as the administrative director. I'm doing everything within my authority to find solutions. This has been an issue for many years, and it is unfortunate that these discussions with regard to potential changes in the law or rules and regulations did not take place in anticipation of future events such as malware. That is happening now. If the commissioners are not satisfied with my efforts, not yielding the results that the commissioners want, in the time that the commissioners want, then it is within the commissioners' authority to decide if they will approve loan guarantees or not. If you want to approve these loan guarantees so these individuals will get their SBA loans approved and they can begin rebuilding their homes and their lives, then the commissioners would have to make the motion and vote on it. I'm only the administrative director, and the commissioners need not listen to anything I have to say. The authority lies with the commissioners to make this determination. I'm doing everything I can to try and resolve and address this situation. Day in and day out discussions, but I cannot make that decision. I provided information to the commissioners. Everything that I am aware of, you will be aware of. Just because you're not aware of it or I didn't bring it up doesn't mean I'm withholding information or that I'm not being transparent. Everything and you may not get it exactly the same day as I may have, but I try to get the information out there. There's a lot going on. I am trying to address the situation with these SBA applications, but this is outside of my authority. If the commissioners wish to approve these loan guarantees, absent anything else that may occur, that is within your authority. I, as a matter of fact, just had a discussion with the governor's office this morning, and we are trying to move to assist. The governor's trying to move as quickly as possible to assist these SBA applicants. Funding, trying to identify funding to get here. In addition to whatever it is, to the $1 million that still falls short, the $1 million that was appropriated by the legislature. The governor's trying to find other solutions to address the situation. With regard to loan guarantees, I hope that I've updated the commissioners and addressed whatever it is that they had asked in the last meeting. With regard to this, that's all I have, Madam Chair. I'm open to questions.
I have
where do we go from here?
I want to ask a question on chapter 75A, page 23, that last sentence. That was what kind of restricting us from that, from making a motion. If we can read that.
What's the last sentence? Is that the,
Yeah,
with regard to the
page,
aggregate?
Page 23, yeah. And, you know, of course, we need legal, right, to, and if you don't mind, Madam Director, if you read that last page, right, just so we can decipher it. I know the attorney's not here, but.
Okay. So just for record purposes, I'll just
Right.
indicate
Yeah.
the,
Where it mentioned that we're not supposed to, see page 23, chapter 75.
so page 23, chapter 20, I mean, it's
75A,
21 Guam Code Annotated, Real Property, Chapter 75A,
Yeah.
Chamorro Land Trust Commission, effective January 1, 2021. Page 23, this is, I believe, subsection H of section 108.
yeah. on
The last sentence
Right, that.
indicates, in no event shall the aggregate amount assured by the commission exceed the ability of the Chamorro Loan Guarantee Fund to reasonably provide security for the loans authorized. Is that the?
Correct, yeah. And of course, you know, legal was here, right? We want legal to break that sentence down. And I understand, Madam Chair, that you mentioned last meeting that if we do approve this, that we're going to be hoping for a lawsuit. So that statement here that said reasonably to, if you can repeat that again, no? To reasonably.
I'll read the whole sentence.
Yeah.
In no event shall the aggregate amount assured by the commission exceed the ability of the Chamorro Loan Guarantee Fund to reasonably provide security for the loans authorized.
So what's restricting us is that we don't have the aggregate, the funds, right, for this particular balance. Go ahead.
I've had discussions with
Legal?
legal,
Yes.
other attorneys with regard to this. What, the issue here is that reasonably provide security for the loans authorized is general.
Very general.
It's general. And so the commission needs to decide what for them would be reasonable to provide security for the loans authorized,
Question, for the loans, right?
for the loans authorized.
So we have loans from 2005 to today.
So
And go ahead.
just so that we're clear, right? So previously, already there's been loans authorized at $10.4 million.
Correct. Now, is that reasonable? That's my question. I'm not challenging anybody.
What's reasonable, the loan?
You know, the 10 million. How did we get to have an approved $10 million worth of unfunded liability? So if we add another 10 million, is that still reasonable? I mean, you know, this is just,
So-
and I guess, you know, we need legal to say, break this down for us, because we really want to approve this 20 and give them the loan guarantee.
So the 10.4 million, Commissioner Herrera, was previous. The
Understand.
commissioners did that previously, not this board,
I understand.
not these commissioners. How we got to that, and I'm just gonna, you know, it's dangerous, but I'm gonna venture a guess that these issues and this portion of the law was potentially not brought to the attention of the commissioners, right? Causing a huge liability for the commission, right? So that
And the
was.
reasonableness of the balance.
Yeah, so what is reasonable with regard to having, how much money, or what's the percentage that the commissioners find reasonable to have in the Chamorro Loan Guarantee Fund to be able to secure? So for instance, there's currently $10.4 million outstanding. Not everybody's gonna default. We'll use SBA as an example. Their default rate is about 20%. Now, if we had is it reasonable for the commissioners of the $10.4 million to have 20% or 30% or 40% to secure any loan requests, to secure the 10.4 and the current amounts being asked? So the question there, and it's really up to the commissioners to determine what is reasonable.
So is SBA, when you met with them, right, do they want a dollar for dollar match? That's what I don't know, and that's what I would like to hear from legal, or from SBA's legal. Do they want $1 million to $1 million, or dollar for a dollar? Or can we go 25% SBA to 75% land trust? I don't know the number. And is that reasonable? I mean, do we have the asset to cover 10 million? Of course. No, we have the property asset, maybe 10 billion. Just appraising I went to the raceway yesterday or Tuesday, and saw the 2 padlocks, but I was assessing what they were extracting from the neighboring lot. So just looking at what's left to be extracted to get the property down to the level of 505 feet, they would need to excavate about 5 million cubic yard, about 5 million cubic yard. But I'll put that on the side, because what we want to know is that what is SBA really asking? Is it dollar for dollar? That I don't know. And
So Attorney Butler from SBA hasn't responded with regard to that. I believe that was one of the questions asked. She did indicate in our discussion that if $1.1 million is due, they're going to ask for $1.1 million. They're not concerned with regard to how much we have in our account to secure.
Okay.
That's going to be up to CHamoru Land Trust, right? What they are concerned about is in the event that they come to collect, that we have the funds
Okay.
to pay.
And Attorney Butler's from SBA.
SBA.
Okay. So they're not concerned with how much cash we have in the account.
They just want to get paid what according to her is.
Yes, but if we give them a note that we will guarantee a note, they don't require the note to be backed up with an escrow number. I'm asking, I don't know. I can give a note that I promise to pay you SBA 1.4 or 3.3 for this.
Right now,
service. 3.4, I promise. I give you my note. But my note don't have any cash in escrow to back it. But I got property that we can secure the note. And we do have property that would secure maybe, I mean, it's a risk. But the point here is that, how can we accelerate to get the loan guarantee for these 20 constituents? That's number one. And number two, and it's been mentioned here, that particular language, right, that we were saying not to exceed. Right, Director? That was the language, right?
Not to exceed the ability of the CHamoru Loan Guarantee Fund to reasonably provide security for the
So,
loans.
and if we were to provide legislation to modify the language, to give us more room, or repeal the particular language in its entirety, that sentence, would that free us from liability? And can we also write the note? Again, we need legal to interpret that.
I'm going to recommend that legal make that determination
Yeah.
with regard to law, right?
Yeah.
And the liability
To
being
amend
removed.
the law, language it where it can be reasonable, and if we can secure it with our real estate, 7161-R1, for example, that's a value right now of about 9 or 10 million. That's another instrument we can use to, but again, we need legal to say, can we use this particular portion as a substitute in lieu of cash? to secure the twin or more. And in the event that there's a foreclosure, then I know that I think we anticipated having $1 million now from the fiscal year 24, and the return of about 600,000 from the extraction back from the funds. About, and the remittance of tax payment from tax and revenue to be remitted back to CHamoru Land Trust.
I'm not gonna count on that.
Yeah, okay,
That we would be up at 1.9.
understood, yeah. So that's just so that we can get, I mean, to accelerate and get this thing. Now to do a legislative amendment to repeal and amend, we have to hustle to get the language to the legislature if we so decide to. Or can we just make a motion now and make the approval, and we can say, in our opinion, it's reasonable, but again, we need the attorney to say you're within the parameters of reasonableness.
So
In good faith, we're
Yes.
doing it in good faith. We're not trying to scam SBA, or this is in good faith to assist the disaster victims. That's, of course, are we afraid of a lawsuit? Yeah, I've been sued twice, so I know how it feels. So, you know what I mean? Personally, I've been sued twice, so.
Same here.
No.
I sit on another commission. I get sued all the time.
Yeah,
So,
but, okay, so.
yeah.
And I understand that. But do we have the asset to barter or in lieu? We do. We've got the map.
Well, look, most of these loans, they build homes, right?
Yes.
Yes.
So we sell the house.
Oh, it's in the foreclosure?
Yeah,
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, so.
Can I
and pay the loan.
Can I input?
Go ahead,
Okay,
Commissioner.
for me personally, to determine what's reasonable, out of our $10 million unfunded liability, how much of those have actually defaulted?
$1.1 million, and that's
$1.1
just
million
principal.
Out of 10, okay, so we're looking at
Yes.
like 10%, right?
right.
Okay, now, I can attest to Commissioner Herrera's passion to try and help the victims, because he's in the same situation. His home is destroyed. He lost
Is it in
the roof.
CHamoru Land Trust?
LUP,
Huh?
land use permit.
Oh, land use.
When they completely condemn our private property
Yeah.
from Naval Magazine for land lease. So the government said, your priority one, you guys are land lease, here's government land in lieu of the condemnation.
So that's your land then?
No, it's under LUP, it's under 12-226, and the language in 12-226 is that if you have a land use permit, then you won't be evicted, but I don't have a lease.
Anyhow,
But back,
Go ahead, I'm sorry.
going back to what I wanted to put a star on is that CHamoru Land Trust does have the equity in land to cover the unfunded in the event of a mass default like that, which is highly unlikely. So we're looking at 10%. And I think 10% could qualify as reasonable. We can even lift it up to 15, 20%. But we do have the assets to cover it in the event of a default. I'm looking out also for the welfare of the victims of the typhoon that are left without proper shelter. They're living under a tarp. I too would like to try and help them as quickly as possible. We're going on 6 months since the typhoon, and they're still living on dirt floors. And if you notice lately, the weather has been really, really bad for people who are living in that type of conditions, let's call it. And, I have to side with the commissioner on his passion to help these victims. All right, just as to have the compassion for them, and that's, I didn't think about using property as the vehicle to secure the loan guarantees, but that's a fresh idea. And like the chairperson said, they have homes, they'll be building homes on those properties, so that is an additional asset for consideration in this outreach. And this would just be particular for this particular typhoon, which is Marwar. Just like you had asked Guam Housing if they could give a special rate for the disaster. So maybe we can come up with something inventive to help these victims.
Would you?
I'm not saying that you're not trying, okay?
No, this, I understand, Commissioner Kuru. Would you like, do the commissioners want legal counsel?
Yes, yes. And with that said, I'm glad you said it. I propose that this portion and 9, which is legal counsel discussion and action, that we recess after public comments so that we can have this discussion with legal on a working session. That's my thought.
So you want to recess and then have a discussion?
After we finish public comments, so we'll skip this particular item, which is the loan guarantee and the legal section, until we have legal available, and hopefully it'll be very shortly. The weather actually is working against their favor because of the very heavy rains we've been having. I know if I was living in that type of condition and I have kids and we're living under a tent with dirt floor, with all that rain, it's mud and it's not sanitary. But that would be my suggestion, is that, yes, is that after we finish what's left on the agenda,
Number 8,
reset.
8-3, right? Or, I mean,
No, after this one, it goes down to IX, which is 9.
but we have it.
So we'll set that aside along with the loan guarantee portion. So we can continue with 8 and
6.
10.
8.
We're here,
Oh,
loan guarantee.
We do number 8.
yeah, because there's 3 constituents here, right? For relocation, request for
Yeah.
food and 1 waterworks. And then,
I've messaged the legal counsel and I've asked if she could make it, hopefully the symposium is completed and she'll be able to make it up.
When?
Today?
Oh, today?
Yeah, if she can make it up today, it'd be better. Let this be addressed as quickly as possible.
And if not, we can reschedule it.
Yes, it's an ongoing item for the agenda.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Madam, thank you, Madam Chair, thank you, Commissioners. Under new business, this is for discussion and or action. First up, we have Sandra A. Mesa. She is a lessee. I believe her information was provided to include a staff report. The lead land agent for that is our land agent 3, Glen A. Ms. Mesa is requesting for a relocation from the initial area in which CLTC had given to her. So the staff report has and I believe there's also pictures, the land agent had gone out and taken a look at the area.
I provided an aerial, a photo.
He provided, could you go first, please? So there was a site visit conducted, and there's also aerial and topo maps provided. Are we able to get that online? And I believe on the topo area, you'll see that a good portion of the property that she's on is a sinkhole. Hence the request to relocate. And I apologize, Ms. Mesa was going to be here, she had planned to be here, but there was an emergency. Are you guys with, anybody here with Ms. Mesa? Okay, there was an emergency she had to attend to.
On item 2, on this Mesa account, are we going to discuss this or will we just skip her? She's not here.
Are we good? It's up to the, she's asking that it be discussed and not, her request is that it be discussed and not held off, and that the commissioners make a decision. However, if you seek or require her presence, then we can inform her that should be placed on the next agenda and she needs to appear.
Well, actually,
What's the lot number that she wants relocation?
So she was shown a lot in Jigo, I think it's 20,
It's on track 9210.
track 9210, that's right.
It's a 4-acre lot.
Same lot size.
9210?
Yes.
when was she issued that lot?
Well,
When was she issued which lot? The first one
The one she's asking to
to relocate to?
relocate from?
From, oh, that was, her lease was back in, gosh. 1998. Her lease was signed since 1998. And I believe she's just started to try and build.
Well, my question was really, how did she get a lease for a quarter acre up in the northern aquifer?
No, her lease is over in Maynilao. The lease with the lot description is in Maynilao.
Yeah, but this is still over the northern aquifer.
Right, so,
She's the sole lease,
let's see.
she's the sole lessee. She didn't.
She's the original applicant.
Inherit it or
No.
anything like that.
She's the original applicant.
So I guess the first mistake, and I would have to assume the responsibility for that as CLTC, was at fault for issuing her that quarter acre lot.
Back in 1998, not in 2022.
Yeah, but the statute was already in place back then.
Yes.
That compounded with the sinkhole, has she indicated preferences to where she wants to relocate to and how big a lot?
Yes, so our land agent actually took her out for a site visit to lot 9210. And it's the same, quarter acre.
Is there sewer available on that quarter acre?
Yes, sewers, is that?
on the track 9210 there's over 100 of quarter acre lots, and that was, there's no sewer available there, but it was already approved for residential use.
But then we're back in the same, it's still non-conforming. If there's no sewer, the law dictates that smallest you can have over the northern aquifer is a half acre without a sewer.
So really the commission, they'd have to, if
But
the
you
commission
understand what I'm
decides, yeah,
saying, yeah?
yes. They can show her
Maybe
other lots.
Maybe there was an exception back then in the 90s, but in today's world, it's still non-conforming then. So we're bringing a problem forward.
No, she was only shown the lot, she wasn't, nothing is issued. So if the commissioners move to approve the request for relocation, she can be shown other lots.
I will support the request for relocation, but it should be conforming with the public law.
For a showing of new lots.
Well, if she's gonna be over the northern aquifer and there's no sewer, it's gotta be at least a half acre.
As you mentioned in the past, things have changed where the requirements to build over the northern aquifer, especially in that particular area, 9210, we have over 50 constituents there that are occupying there. Many of those already have concrete homes, and they have sewer and septic tank, and they went through their permitting process. So as of to date, I know the EPA right now are getting putting more stricter guidelines on in regards to northern aquifer. As far as quarter acre is concerned, where they're located in Pari, Manila, there's an exception. There's conditions of building on quarter acre lots. Like say you have a 2-acre lot and you subdivide it to as a parental subdivision.
Yes.
Right? And you can cut it down to quarter acre lot. And that's crazy because they're
still over the northern.
They're still over the northern aquifer. Right across the street, their neighbor properties have quarter acre lot, but they're able to build only through parental subdivision. That's that's another thing, right? So yes, they are getting stricter right now but as of right now, I'm not sure if, because when Ms. Sager was trying to build there last year, the property was inspected and by EPA and says that you're located in northern aquifer, you don't meet the standards of northern aquifer to build structure in it, and there's number one. Number two is the topography of the property. It was found to be a sinkhole. So
that's what I'm saying.
I think, Commissioner Garrido, what we can do is, with regard to the lot showings, is that they always, we will ensure that it's in conformance, right? That could be the second step, should the relocation be approved. Is if you approve the relocation, then the land agents will take her out and show her lots and ensure that those lots are in compliance with the law.
I'm okay with that. I'm okay with that. I'm not against her relocating because of this, just the very fact that there's a sinkhole. Okay, and a quarter acre with a sinkhole is not a small thing. But if we are to relocate her, let's relocate her based on the current statutes.
Okay, relocation based on current statutes. Okay.
That's my opinion.
Okay.
I don't want it to reoccur with her there when EPA kicks in and says, no, you can't because you're over the aquifer and you don't have a sewer line. But yes, parental subdivisions is a catch-22 to that law.
right.
And that's basically what land trust is. Because they allow for one recipient of one death.
So, and also in addition to this request is, for her relocation is, the area where she's at is a sinkhole. I believe the land agent, we spoke about it, and it's probably prudent to identify this area as a sinkhole and remove it or deem it unusable.
Use it for a ponding basin.
Yes, unusable. So that'll be two actions that the board is needed from the board, is to approve the relocation and to deem the current area where Ms. Mesa is located as unusable for homeowner.
I move that we approve her relocation request.
Yes.
And we deem the existing lot as unredeemable or unusable. And maybe on the sideline suggest that it become a ponding basin.
That's for Sandra A.
Yes,
Mesa.
yes.
You have to mention the lot block.
Yes,
what's the?
I think it's on the resident.
It's at lot 7, block 1.
Yeah, what's the
It's
legal
track
description?
19412, block 1, lot 7, an area of 924 square meters in Manila. That's a quarter of an acre.
Yeah. Right.
So that's my motion.
I second.
The lot description is lot 7, block 1, track 19412, Manila.
Can you repeat the motion, please?
You want to go ahead?
And the second part would be that that particular lot be designated as unusable or a ponding basin.
Okay, let me just restate that. That a motion by Commissioner Garrido that Sandra Mesa is awarded a residential on
Lot 7, block 1, track 19412, Manila.
and that the lot number
Should be designated as undevelopable or can be designated as a ponding basin because of the sinkhole.
okay.
Second?
Second by,
I second the motion. Chair.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And just to clarify as well, that we will show, the land agents will provide Ms. Sandra Mesa lot showings. And the lots we need to ensure that the relocation is according to statute.
Yes.
Okay. And or permitting requirements.
It's not there yet?
So the first motion, I'm sorry, Ms. Yap, okay, this is the second motion, correct?
The second motion designates the lot as unusable
Yes.
or to be used as a ponding
So your
basin.
first motion is
To allow her
approval
to
relocation.
relocate.
So when she's been shown a lot, she will have to come before the board again. The board will need to approve the lot. She's already been shown a lot, but your concern is the conformance with law?
Yeah.
Well, if it conforms with the law, then she doesn't need to come back, right?
Yes, the board has to approve the lot.
So when we match her up, have her come back for the final gavel.
Just for the approval of the
Yeah.
lot.
Okay, next one is Shirley P. Galgan.
So Ms. Gagin, if you can just come to the front. So her, as I reported earlier, it was the SBA loan guarantee, and also she needs approval to build on her property. I believe Ms. Gagin's plans were also provided. And pursuant to the law, in order for her to build, she'd need permission from the commission. And she just needs to submit the building plans and there's other items there. And the commissioners would take action on that. I believe there's also information on the staff report.
So the building plans have been submitted already?
Yes, I apologize, the commissioner should have gotten a copy of that.
Yeah, no, it's okay.
It's attached with your
Yeah. Right.
staff report.
Okay.
Yeah, so we provided the staff report and the building plans.
So this is for approval for building?
Yes.
But not approval for the loan guarantee, right?
Not yet.
No? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, what does this issue outside the date and time? Is this the one that's a few days?
So, that's just been an ongoing, she's December 4th, but the lease has already been issued. If I'm not mistaken, it's already been ratified, right? That's just something that the land agents want to bring up, just so that the commissioners are aware. But in speaking with legal counsel, for all intents and purposes, the leases have already been issued, signed, consummated.
So she's good to go?
It's good to go.
Just needs to give her authorization to build by her submitting a permit.
No, so the commissioners need to approve for her to build,
Yeah.
right? And what's needed is just for her to provide her building plans, right? And then she would move forward and work with the permitting agencies, right? So we don't authorize the permits, we just authorize we give the lessee the approval to build. I'm sorry, the commissioners would give the approval to build.
Okay, so I make a motion to approve the lessee's request to build and construct a home. Do I have to identify
The name of the person.
For Mrs. Shirley Pangilinan Tonga? Do I have to mention the block and lot?
Yes.
Okay. On a portion, a portion of block 5402 dash R5 new dash 14 R5.
14-8.
No, I apologize, it's this one here, Commissioner. Yeah, because remember, the surveys on leases, before surveys are conducted, it says a portion of. But she had a survey done, so it's now, the description was changed to that.
Okay.
Item number 10.
All right, so correction, lot description. Lot 5402 dash R5 NEW dash 14-8 Manila. Okay. I second.
All in favor, say aye.
Okay,
Motion carried.
thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Gagan. So what will happen is we will prepare a letter indicating the commissioner's motion to approve to build. And you can use,
So I can move forward and take care of DPW?
yes, you would move forward. And that will be in your file. Should ever anything occur and you need proof that the commissioners made the motion, it's going to be in
So
your
I'll just
file.
have to wait then for your decision for the loan?
Yes, the loan guarantee, the commissioners will make that decision.
Do I have to come back again
No.
at a meeting?
No, what will happen is, whatever the commissioners decide, we'll just prepare, we'll communicate with the lessees, and that's why we're tracking them. Just ensure that your information is updated, your contact information.
I'll just be contacting Mr. A.
Yes,
Okay,
okay?
thank you.
Okay,
Thank you so much, and I'll try to get that letter out as soon as we've concluded.
Yes. Thank you, Commissioner.
you're welcome.
You're welcome.
Thank you, Commissioners. Next, we have GWA, and this is, GWA is requesting for the Humanic Rachel easements. So in the packet, there's a letter that was provided or sent by Guam Waterworks on August 24th, 2023. Provides a brief. And we have a representative from Guam Waterworks. If you could just, for the commissioner, state your name and.
Good afternoon, Madam Chairwoman and Commissioners. I'm Mara McDonald. I'm the Wastewater Capital Improvement Project Supervisor at Guam Waterworks Authority. and I'm here to request granting of a perpetual utility and right-of-way, right-of-entry easement at the pneumatic Maritzo wastewater treatment plant. The treatment plant serves about 500 customers in the southern villages of Pneumatic and Maritzo. It was originally built in 1981, and it had a $21 million upgrade that was completed in 2020 to serve our customers in the south. And this was to meet United States Environmental Protection Agency requirements and also reduce the treated effluent discharge to the Togun River, which improves the river system and reduces the plant's impacts on the river system. So GWA is requesting approximately 34,500 square feet for the perpetual utility and right of entry easement. And this is for an existing treated effluent force main, as well as an access trail to the Togun River sampling location, which you need for our staff in order to meet US EPA requirements for our permit.
Where exactly is this property?
Oh, you should have a map. I apologize, you may only have, you might only have the property maps.
Is this near Believe thing?
It's by the Togun River, and I apologize, I don't have enough aerials, but I can show you a picture of the wastewater plant. You should have, you should have a picture there. So it's after you leave Pneumatic, heading south before you get to Maritzo. There's a bay and pardon?
I believe that's Believe.
I believe it is Billy Bay.
Billy Bay.
And your pump is on the left going towards Mauricio.
It is on the landward side, the mountain side? Yes.
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 It's near a bridge, right? Near the bridge.
Before the bridge.
There are several bridges there. We've got Billy and Peagoat Bridge. It's north of the Billy and Peagoat bridges.
But it's Believe, right?
I believe so, yes.
Yeah, okay. I know the area.
Here. What's the square meters? You go by square feet.
I'm going by square. Apologies, I don't have the conversion. If you give me a moment, I can look that
I
up.
feel better with square.
Is that Route 4 or Route 2?
Route
If you're
2.
showing Route 4, but I
It
thought
says
Route
Route
4
4.
ends at Inarana.
It comes around the
Route
south
2.
from, well, you have Route 4, there is a Route 4 in Agaria that heads
Yeah,
through
but I thought
Chalapago, Ordot,
Yeah.
it comes around.
And I thought it
towards the
stops
south.
at Inarana, and then the other side of that is Route 2 because it starts by the entrance to Naval Station.
We have, yes, Route 2 over in the Agate area, Agate and
And
Santa
it goes,
Rita area.
it goes to Pneumatic and.
Yes, I don't know offhand exactly where Route 2 ends and Route 4 begins, but I can get that information for you.
No, and you don't have to.
It says Route 4.
Yes,
Hmm?
on the map, that's what we have on our
It
mapping
says Route 4,
system.
but I was under the understanding that Route 4 ended in Inarana.
map on the screen.
Because then you don't have a highway anymore, you go to the village.
Here's the map.
I believe you have a copy of that in your file, in your hard copies. And
So what's your hand, Joey?
No, right, but doesn't matter. We know what area we're talking about.
Yes. So that area, it increases in elevation, it goes up to our wastewater effluent discharge system and coming up from the river. So part of that does encompass part of the riverbeds. So we do need access to that to sample portions of the river to meet our EPA permit requirements.
But where would you get permission for use of the riverside?
We have a US EPA National Pollutant Discharge Elimination System permit that allows occasional discharge into the Togun River. Prior to...
But that's Army Corps, right?
The Army Corps is involved in many construction permits when you're dealing with the surface water bodies, the rivers and lakes and so forth. But for this, we already had an existing discharge to the river. And with the upgrade of the plant, and you can see sort of the terracing in the picture on your hard copies and behind you, that's where we have a land application system for treated effluent. So basically, there's a lot of nitrates, and it's a great fertilizer. It's a lot of water. So we run the irrigation system down the terraces, so the plants uptake it, and they grow, they take up the nitrogen, and that's how we get rid of a lot of our effluent, our treated effluent, instead of dumping it into the Tobin River, which was the prior practice, prior to the upgrade. And I apologize, I didn't mean to say dump, it's discharge of treated effluent.
Our land agents went up and took a site visit with the GWA team.
It's a beautiful location. It's very nice. It's a lovely setup. I have to say, we're very proud of it.
So on the staff report, commissioners, there aren't any CLTC lessees occupying lot 527-1. As reflected on the overlay, there's no lessee or occupants within the area of the 34,500 square feet requested by GWA. The terrain of the property is mountainous. There's mountains, hills, and valleys, and there's no public access or rights of way to access lot 527-1.
Where is 527-1?
That's the
The big lot?
The lot that they're asking. Let's go down, Johanna. The map?
It's the that one, red area, right?
Yes.
Is that it?
527-1.
Down to someone.
Down to
Because the
the
basic
colored
lot
one.
is 527 right there, and I can't see
This is the
it.
dash
Dash one.
this small.
Where's your pump? Is that your
There's a
pump
pump,
station? Your-
if you see the large pond, that's part of
Yeah.
the treatment. And so we have pumps down in that area for the treatment system, and it pumps treated effluent up
You take
towards
it up
up
to
the
the hill?
mountain. And you can see a portion of the terrace on the bottom right of the picture.
Yeah.
And so those are the terraces where we have an irrigation system.
So
So
that's secondary pond.
it's the treatment pond,
Mhm.
yes.
The secondary pond, because you have the main pond right there.
We have the one pond for treatment. I'm not sure.
What's the one in L510?
Okay, that's a storage pond for that, but it's treated effluent. But the one you see on, towards the coast is the rectangular pond, and that's where our treatment takes place.
Mhm. So that, there's your 527R1. Because here in
This
the
one, right?
printed,
This is
it
what you
says
requested for?
527.
Yes.
This one? 527-1.
Yeah, but that's the
It's
basic
a-
lot, 527
There's
here in the.
there should be
in the
another
paper.
map showing the easement boundaries, and there you go. It's outlined in red. I think if you scroll down, the other way,
There. This one here. This is what you're,
No, they're asking up and top, yeah.
this one, the one in red.
That 527-1?
What they're asking for includes a portion of 527-1. But there is no option.
And on the satellite photo, that's your road coming from the main pond up to the secondary pond, right?
yeah, you will see a winding road.
Yes.
It meanders up towards the mountain.
Mhm. Yeah, it goes up to.
Yes, that's the
L510.
access.
So this part, this is the
I just wanted
fluid
to,
discharge?
Yes, so
And this is where
the
big-
treatment pond is
the-
down here,
yes.
and we pump up the hill
They pump
to
it
the
up
top
here
of
and
the
they
terraces right
discharge
there.
it
We have
here.
a large storage tank on the top, and it lets water roll down the hill, and that basically irrigates the grass that are on the terraces.
So these are grass?
Yes.
Short grass? Okay.
Not yet.
Kind of cool.
They are grass, I don't know what the specific variety of grass it is, but it does take up the nutrients in the water and takes up the water so that.
It's not nursery grass.
It's not nursery
Okay,
grass.
so it's just
It's-
booty grass.
It's
short
booty grass.
And it's maintained by bush
Like-
cutter?
GWA maintains the grass, we do have to cut it fairly often in order to maintain it.
Okay, Manager, so make a motion. Okay, I'd like to make a motion to approve the request from Guam Water Works for the new perpetual utility and right of entry easement of approximately 34,500 square feet within lot 527 in the municipality of Pinay.
Before I second the motion, I'm going to second it, but before I second the motion, I just want to ask a question.
Yes.
Is the road smooth? Is it built, or was it put in based on the topography?
Partially, yes, because as you see, you can see where the river
Yeah.
flows with all of the darker green vegetation. So there is a bridge that goes over the river, and that was the safer way to construct the road, to my understanding, safest way to get up to the top.
I second the motion.
527-1 or 527?
527.
527-1. Correct?
We are asking for, I don't have the,
Not the lot.
527.
it's 527.
It's just the area.
Yeah, okay, Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to approve the Guam Water Works Authority request for a new perpetual utility and right of entry easement of approximately 34,500 square feet within lot 527 municipality of Imada. And if approved, Guam Water Works Authority should conduct a survey to remove the area from CLTC available lands for leasing, an area to be dedicated for a utility easement.
Does that mean you guys are going to partition the property also? Because this is perpetual use, that
It
means
is.
you're going to own it forever.
Yes, but I don't know of any plans to partition.
You're not going to
that
cut it up
area.
like how you're showing up here?
The map,
The
Johanna?
map, the satellite. See how you got all the L 527-1 and the right of way is what you're getting, right? Correct?
What we were asking for was that there was another map with a red outline.
Because this is the right of way,
Yes.
so you're going to parcel out this, and I don't know if
It's-
this is included, but
There is another map showing a red outline with red hashed marks, and that's right there.
This is all they're gonna parcel out of this. This is still gonna be Chorancho's property. It's just this that they're gonna.
yeah, but that's,
On the
this
colored
this
map,
is the main processing plant, or is this it?
You had just pointed at it, that's correct. Where you see a rectangle, that would be the.
Yes, this is your main sewer treatment.
Yes,
So you're asking to use this entire parcel here?
yes.
Okay, so it's not just for right of way then, it's,
It's a right of way and also
An additional-
access for monitoring and sampling and maintenance.
okay, so you're not gonna be parceling the rest of the 527?
No, we're just asking for what's outlined in red on the
Okay.
map, on the screen.
Okay, I second the motion. You still got the first motion down, right?
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. It was clear what he said.
Hmm?
It's pretty clear.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioners. I very much appreciate it, and thank you to the Land Trust team. Appreciate your support. Thank you.
We'll just prepare a letter
Yes.
indicating the motion that was made, and then just send to us whatever it is that's needed to be signed.
Sounds good. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Mom.
Good day.
Thank you. Just use that word.
Roll call?
Oh, hi.
Sorry. Just indicate for the record that the legal counsel is.
Yes, just to say you're here.
Chairman?
Yes, I'm here.
Madam Chairman, can I suggest that we go to public comment first? That way these people don't have to wait around when we discuss the legal portion, they don't have to wait around.
Okay, just to do public comment.
No, I enjoy this. So, my name is Jacob Kendall. Oh, shoot. Sorry. So, update, but it's, how to talk CHamoru, just, that's my basic. I'm here just as a basic, not a part of the Racing Federation, not a part of, any government organization, but more just, I've come here about 6 years ago, and I fell in love with Guam pretty much more than a lot of other people. This is definitely going to be my home forever. So just saying, I'm not a part of the CHamoru Land Trust. You guys, obviously, I like staying here to see how much you guys have at your plate. You guys obviously are a huge organization, and you guys are very for the people. And as much as I love acting like I'm CHamoru, which I'm not, but I just really appreciate everything that you guys did.
Thank you.
More of what you said, like I saw you at the legislature speaking of CHamoru, and I was like, ooh, like I could learn a lot of this, and especially what you did for, it's not about the money, it's not about anything else, but for the CHamoru people, and that's kind of what I've come to believe and do. Where especially the Guam Racing Raceway is not for, as that being said, like nobody knows what went on, or for all I care, nobody cares what it did, but it was more for, my niece and all my uncles, not only from here, but San Diego, all through the States. That's for them. And I know a lot of you guys have family that also do that. And it was more for this, just for my own essay, to see that, it's not about, you guys aren't against the raceway, against the Racing Federation. You guys are for the purpose of the land trust. The first thing I really did was read your mission statement, what you guys are all about, and well, you guys inspired me. Hopefully one day I could be a part of this committee, because I'm still working on everything, like all my networking and everything. So yeah, you guys obviously have all the your guys's briefcases full of everything. And if anything, I would love to take the CHamoru Raceway kind of topic off your guys' plate, where it's like we have a board member, we're pretty much backed up against the wall and we're like, what can we do to lighten their loan as a CHamoru land trust and just say, well, you guys could just have this property, like, you guys know what you guys did, you guys know where you guys have to go. And I'm not saying from any experience, but I know that if somebody tells you to do something, it's like, you guys need to do this or you're gonna lose it, then, you know, we listen very much. So in the future, I hope that I could, you know, just sit in these meetings and brought in, you know, my own love for the island and your guys' love for the island. Where, as you said, it's not about the money, it's not about the cash flow. Initially, when I saw this, and a lot of racers saw this, we were like, well, you know, it's all about money, they're selling their soul, they're doing this, and I was like, there has to be more to that. There has to be something else. Because for me, it was all about, that's where I learned to amen my family up there. That's where I learned, you know, how to speak Chamorro. The Ground Wasteway brings military and, you know, Chamorros and, you know, people from the CNMI all together. And that's kind of where it was sad because, you know, that's my family. And as you guys would do anything for the land of Guam, you know, I would do anything for my family and probably now Guam. So you guys obviously have, you know, a great logic and you guys are very honorable in my opinion. So thank you for everything that you guys have done and will do. And again, I just hope that we could get the Chamorro Raceway or the Guam Raceway off your guys' plate, lighten your guys' load a little bit, while still honoring the land and the people. So thank you very much. Yes, thank you. Sorry for everything.
Thank you.
No, you guys are
All our meetings are published.
very much.
And you can always see.
I like these chairs, you know, they're really comfortable. Huh?
Your name?
Oh, Jacob Kenlu. And I am not off of any organization except myself. As I said, I do scuba diving and I live for the land now.
Where are you from, Jacob?
I'm originally from Connecticut. And I came here 8 years ago through, well, a lot of ways that people come here. And I never expect to have this much compassion for one place. My major thing now is people that don't speak Chamorro, I love to try to teach them. I like to, and I have no reason to because I'm not from here. But, you know, if I could help preserve any part of the culture and community, you know, I would love to do the most I could. Anything from volunteering to, you know, language classes at the community center. I've held first aid classes at the mayor's office. I have a lot of family now down south. Not legal family, but as you guys said, everybody's an auntie and uncle here.
And you do diving cleanup?
I'm a scuba instructor. I have my own business here, and that I needed that as a foothold to stay in Guam. I wanted something to bring me here, so I bought land down in Mauricio. Hopefully getting a carabao soon to really do that thing. But no, thank you very much, and you know, you guys are very honorable, and I appreciate everything that you guys have done for the island and for the community that hopefully I could entwingle more into. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Mr. Jacob.
Thank you for your
Thank you.
Okay, have a good day.
Next.
Update, Commissioners. My name is Raymond Perez. To my right is my wife, Carmen Perez. We come because we are, or she's an applicant of the null and void list. She's obtained a lease since 2017. We have surveyed the property, we paid to survey the property. We have a floor plan to build a home on this property, but because of the property being null and void, we're not able to move forward. So we come today to find out if there's a solution to the issue, because we've been coming to meetings prior, even before the old commission when Pica Ferrin was in charge, and Angela Santos. We also went to a meeting at the legislature with, in front of Senator Tom Atta at the time, but we have not got any answers. We were told that the ratification has to come from legislature, and it's on a case-by-case basis. I'm coming forward to ask, does it have to be a case-by-case basis, or can it be as a whole, because all these null and void applicants? We weren't aware of the law stating that we couldn't get somebody's property transferred to us because we weren't an applicant. I don't see how they're gonna put the fault on us and void this lease. This is a legal document that was signed by the governor. So I don't see how something that's signed by the governor and by notary, how do you say this, notary public present, stating that this document is a legitimate document. How can the Attorney General say that it's gonna be null and void? So we currently stay at a relative's house because we can't afford to pay rent. We were under Section 8 at the time. We couldn't afford rent anymore, rent's too high, so we decided to stay at a relative's house. And unfortunately, because of Typhoon Mawar, the relative's house we're staying at suffered damage. And we had to repair that on our own because it's not our home. FEMA declined and SBA declined. They only approved me for so much, only for personal property. So out of my own pocket, we repaired the home that got damaged. So no help at all. And we want to build a house in the property that she's currently leasing. So that's why we came today, just to, because I called previously and they said, well, there's a public hearing on the third Thursday of September. Come out and speak.
Our meetings are every Thursday.
Yeah, so we've been to a couple in the past with, even as far as when even before John Hattick, it was Mr. Borja, Michael Borja was the director at the time. It went from him to John Hattick, and then now
New faces.
yeah.
I see a lot.
So, have you gone through the process of intake and then like the staff report? Or, because you went through about 3 or 4?
Yeah, so no action has been taken.
So you do have a file here, most likely?
Do you have a file here, or?
I've asked the land agents to pull Ms. Perez, right?
It's gonna be under Taurus, you're gonna find it under Taurus, yes.
Okay.
So
What's the first name?
Carmen.
Taurus?
Yes.
So at that time, I believe her land agent was defunct Lorraine. Defunct Lorraine.
Lorraine Nededo.
Yeah.
So just so that I can catch, so you applied? You were issued a lease?
We were never applicants. What happened is the original applicant is her sister-in-law.
Your sister-in-law?
Yeah.
So it was transferred.
Were you named as the
Beneficiary?
Yeah.
Oh, gosh.
No, she wasn't.
Okay,
There's more transfer.
so your sister-in-law was given the.
Yes, the lease.
The lease, and then the lease was transferred to
To
you?
me, correct.
No. To correct that, our sister-in-law was never given a lease. She was only an applicant. We were the ones who she was given a lease.
And what's her date and time? Do you know, well, what's
It
her
was
name?
somewhere in December of 1995.
And her name?
Martha Cruz. Martha Cruz.
Oh,
It should be in the file with mine.
okay. Middle initial. I mean.
D.
So, the staff here is very thorough in, getting your chronology. I guess, we have to go through what they find based on their chronological findings first, because you said Martha D. Cruz
Correct.
was the applicant?
Yes, that's mine.
She was an applicant?
Yes.
Okay, and then we'll find out what's her date and time, but then she transferred.
I have it here, the letter of relinquishment, October 30th, 1995, 2:53 p.m.
So she relinquished on October 3rd.
Commissioners, I believe what's being
Her
provided is the letters from the Attorney General, which speaks, I think it speaks to the null and void list.
Okay. But they're doing a null and void on a transferred lease. I'm trying to catch the gist there.
Yeah, transferred.
No, because it was under Martha.
Correct.
And then I guess we're gonna check, were you guys listed as the beneficiary? One Martha still around?
Yes, yes.
Oh. Okay, we need to find the, all the.
I know.
the
Let's go
movement.
back to,
I mean, it's sad because you guys went, when you said Joe Bora.
Michael Borja was the director at the
Is that the
time.
first time? And you
Yeah.
were, the lease was transferred in 95?
No, the lease was transferred in 2016.
Okay.
Yeah, June 2016.
So that needs to go on, to transfer again, that we have to look at the, the public loan. You're familiar what rules were found, chapter 75A?
No, sir.
Okay. So, may I ask a copy of 75A? Chapter 75A, I know maybe for the, yeah. This, it sounds like you've been, it's worked to the
it's a lot, yes.
Yeah.
It's,
So, if you see the rules and regulations that we follow, I mean, that's the.
According to this, it was the AG that voided the lease.
Yeah, and then we gave you the lease, right?
No, we were given the lease way before this thing came about.
Understand,
Yeah.
and it was signed by.
Governor Elibaza Calvo.
Yeah, so, again, they must have gone through the process during that administration. You follow, right? So that administration, they most likely would have gone through the process. And if it was good, then it would, yeah. So just to save you a lot of guessing, we'll give you a copy of the chapter 75A. And then it's only about several pages.
So this property is in Barragata Heights?
Derrida, Montreal.
I see. And it's been surveyed?
It's been surveyed and we paid already, it's been recorded, everything.
Machinao,
Derrida.
right across, Camp Bluffs.
No, this one is off-white Samsung Road.
Okay.
you're
Going to Jibu.
Yeah. So in any place, wherever the location is at, we're gonna have to go through the law that we're following. And then, we'll just get all the facts that you have with Do you know why Martha transferred it? I mean, that's your, that's your sister?
No funds.
She was planning to relocate to the
Yeah, it went through the Attorney General, so Attorney General would have already looked at it already, so. And even the AG will have to follow the manual, the copy law.
When your lease was deemed void, did they reimburse you for the survey or anything?
Nothing.
None,
I
yeah.
don't, I mean,
So we have all the receipts because the previous commission said to don't give up hope, there's gonna be a solution at the end.
When you say previous commission, who was
Pika
that?
Ferret. Pika Ferret.
Pika?
So,
Because this one is from Pika.
I'm sorry, that one, yeah, so those letters are from the Attorney General's.
Yeah.
So we actually do have, the lead land agent is working on a staff report, and Commissioner Herrera is correct. They have to do their due diligence and they'll go through everything, and then they'll indicate for the commissioners what the issues are, what they found, and so forth. Now, with regard to null and void, that's given the Attorney General's instructions and the opinion. That is one of the issues that we are trying to address with our legal counsel as to how to proceed with regard to these null and void lists, the null and void listing.
So do you want me to?
Yes, so-
Do you want me to speak about what the opinion says about that transfer?
yes, I would like to hear it.
Yeah, so the opinion, was part of the opinion dealt with switching with, like an applicant transferring their application rights to somebody else while they're still living. So at the time, the rules allowed to, for somebody to designate like a successor if they pass away, but there was nothing in the rules that said that you could give somebody else your application rights while you're still alive. So there were a number of leases where the people entered into the lease, but they had their application transferred just like what you described. And so I don't know, I didn't review your file or anything, so I'm just speaking generally, right? And so when the AG at the time, when they reviewed it, they said there's nothing in the rules that allows for this. So you were asking, well, you have a lease, how could you have a lease? And then we're saying that you don't. But what happened was the commission, because it wasn't in their rules and it's not in their law, they didn't have the authority to enter into the lease. And I know you guys, you guys didn't, like, you're saying you didn't know.
Exactly.
But because they didn't have the authority to enter into it, then that's why the AG said, well, if you didn't have the authority to do it, then you can't. And so that's why they said it's void. And then what I think the intention was to try to, because it's only the legislature that could fix that, right? Because if it's outside of the commission's authority, then they can only do what the law allows them to do. So if it's outside of their authority, then the authority would come from the legislature. So if the legislature were to make a change that says, this is allowed, or, that if you have a lease, it's valid, then, then that would be a way to fix that. But that's what the problem is that it's outside of what the commission has the legal power to do. Yeah, so I'm sympathetic. Because, I understand that, that you guys said you didn't, I'm sure you wouldn't even have done it if you had known that you can't, right? But unfortunately, in your case, it's the commission is bound by the law.
So on the letter that we got from CHamoru Land Trust back in 2018, it states about null and void, right? And on the bottom, it says on September 20, 2018, the CLTC Board of Commissioners found that they could not hold you at fault for the commission's errors in interpreting the laws and recognizing that only the Guam legislature had the authority to ratify the 102 non-void leases. Move to request to the Guam legislature to authorize and ratify the CLTC resolution number 2018-10 was approved and formally request the list of 102 non-void leases be authorized and ratified by the Guam legislature. So, to my understanding, legislature has to ratify this. Otherwise, this can be considered a lawsuit because the governor gave me a lease.
So the, that, and I haven't seen that request, but it sounds like if that was back in 2018, then, then the legislature at that time didn't take action on it. That's not to say that the existing legislature now can't. They, because every time there's a new legislature, then, there's new people and you have to make a new request.
I agree with you in that because even since this came out, I have reached out previously to whoever the senator was in charge of overseeing ancestral lands and, for example, CLTC, right?
Right.
All I got is, we'll have them call you back. I'm already about to march into Speaker Therese Terlai's office because I got tired of talking to Marie, Joaquin.
She's in charge of CLTC.
Yeah, because if it has to take legislature to ratify it, then I think that's the approach we're gonna take, right? But we were told, or I was told, that you should bring it up to the commission. I mean, we did it a couple of times already with the previous one.
Right, and again, I haven't looked at your file, so I don't know what your, specific, I mean, I hear what you're saying right now, so I'm just speaking, just in general terms, the commission can't do more than what the legislature authorizes them to do. And when they, attempted to lease out that property, they did it outside of the bounds of what the legislature said they could do. And because of that, that's why then the AG said, well, it's void. You can't lease out something you didn't have the authority to lease. And so it makes what you did, it just makes it void. And so that there were some things that it's like, it's within their power, and if they could go back and do it right. And so this opinion that came out, it said, well, some of these leases they called them voidable, like they might be void, but maybe they could, the commission could fix it. But the ones that were void, the commission doesn't have the power to fix it. So even if they wanted to, and that's probably what that letter, I haven't seen it, but I'm just assuming, I know that's dangerous, but that letter is probably, expressing that, like, we would fix it if we could, but we cannot. So that's why then they say, who can fix it? Because you go, well, somebody can change this situation, right? And it's only the legislature that has that authority.
Mr. Perez, can we make a copy of your
Sure.
letter? Thank you.
So my question now is, when it does come down to where this is no longer available, how do we get reimbursed for what we spent on surveying, maybe the time that I've been coming down here? I literally have to take off work. Every time I come down to a meeting, I have to take off work. So it's kind of like time that I'll never get back. I could have been doing something productive. This is productive as well because we're trying to build a house, right? And I look at it, they want to consider this null and void, yet you got properties up in north, where I stay, that are trashed, yet the CLTC still allows people to still utilize property.
Swamp Road.
2 properties in White Sandstone Road that is used as a recycling car facility. There's hundreds, maybe even more than 500 cars in CHamoru Land Trust property on top of a northern aquifer where maybe coolant and oil spilling out of, going down to our own water. You want to avoid that, but You don't wanna avoid that, but you wanna avoid this, that we're gonna build a home to live in. That property where those cars sit, and where a lot of these junk cars sit, are tin structures. We're going through the proper channels to build a house, and they're gonna void this, the lease. I myself, I'm an applicant, and I explained to my land agent at the time, it was, I believe, John Gumatauta. He's probably not here anymore, right? But I explained to him, I said, because my lease is null and void as well. But with my lease, I can revert it back to my grandmother, who was the original applicant, right? I have no problem, because I'll still be able to utilize that property.
Okay, you applied?
No,
Oh,
it was transferred.
Oh, you didn't?
Yeah.
You never applied?
No,
But you got property
I got a
transferred
lease, I'm paying property tax.
From your grandmother?
Yes, I pay property tax.
Okay, and your grandmother applied in the December timeline?
I think way before.
So they'll find all the facts
Yeah.
and that, so, because you two are almost like separate, right? Because you
Right.
applied under a tourist or
Historic.
tourist, and then you're a
Paris.
Paris with your grandma. Then you got a property from your sister-in-law.
We were-
So they'll,
What's your grandmother's name?
My grandmother's name is Lourdes Enriquez.
okay.
So we were informed by Michael Borja at the time, he was the director, that in the event we get married, we would have to lose what we can only take one lease.
So let's, you said Grandma Enriquez had a lease
No, she didn't have a
Oh.
lease. I was given the lease.
from Grandma,
She never had
from
one.
Land Trust?
She never had one.
You
None.
got-
From mattress, yes, the lease from mattress.
You got the lease from her? or-
She's the only, my grandmother was only an applicant.
And she never got a lease?
Finally, when her name came up to get a lease,
Yeah.
she asked to transfer it to me.
There, so her name came up, and she was a December 2nd? Okay, they'll find out, right?
Yeah.
Because, so your grandma's still around?
Yes.
Okay, and so who find, is that the grandma's?
No,
file?
this is Mr. Mesa Perez. Are you Mesa Perez? Okay.
And grandma is, grandma will have a file, right?
Lourdes Mesa Enriquez.
Okay.
So probably what occurred is they already transferred the information.
And date and time that she applied?
December 5th, 1995 at 4:15.
And she was given a lease? No? Yes? Grandma was given a lease?
No.
You were given
No.
a lease under grandma's application?
Yes.
He received the lease under the.
Under that?
Yeah, under the application.
I see, which is December
5th,
5th,
1995.
okay.
The lease was
And the
issued-
lease was voided?
Yeah, I'm considered null and void.
Okay, and then your lease is void this time,
Yes.
so your grandma's December 5th, and your sister-in-law's?
Is,
So you
or
lost both
exactly,
leases?
someone, I know she fights December 294.
Or both rights to the lease?
Family survey both properties.
Yeah, it's just the time,
Okay.
the time is the, so see when you read just run through that and see where you fit in first on that one,
Mhm.
on that public law. So once you fit in there, then you can parallel, because grandma applied.
Yes.
See which you have the stronger footing with, is what you're
Yeah.
saying.
See, the problem with my lease is we were thrown in a jungle, no infrastructure whatsoever behind La Familia.
It's
Yeah.
always been
It's the
like
document that we're
Yeah.
looking at, because if your document is legitimate, right,
Mhm.
within time, then that transfer of property can be, you're in a jungle.
I think my lease was given out 2013.
I think yours is 2016 and yours was 20, December 2013, yeah. December 17th, 2013.
So the original with grandma, so most likely you're closer to December 5th or 6th, no? Yeah. So anyway, these guys are very thorough, the
Yes.
land
Land
agents.
agents, new
They're,
ones.
they're,
New ones.
they're very, very good still. If you look at their chronology, they're, and then we'll see what they find. I mean, you know, we're positive, it's like we're a day late, a little short getting here.
So, you know, the only reason why we're coming back, right, is because we try to get, you know, we were gonna say,
No,
can they-
it's good you come back.
you know, we were
We
gonna,
can't fix problems if we
Yeah.
don't know
Yeah,
about it.
exactly.
we were gonna not worry about it anymore. We went and reverted into trying to get a home loan, and we fell short end, you know, so we can't afford it.
Did you hear the US,
Yeah,
EA?
I got his card.
Yeah.
Good.
Yeah.
So that's one option. The other options are Guam housing.
Yeah, I
And
tried
say
Guam
section-
housing.
Section 8, you're not in section 8.
So we were, but rent at the amount we make, we can't afford the,
Okay, and then there's another program, which is Ironwood. They go, income based.
Yeah, there's Ironwood up
Yeah.
in your area.
Yeah, so,
You live in the road to the right, going to the right just before the curve, right?
where Curly stay is in Swamp Road.
No, not yet.
That's where the property is at.
but you're trying to find a
That's Swamp Road?
separate home now, no?
Is that considered Swamp Road?
No, no, no. Where her property is at is in Montreal, but we reside in Swamp Road.
That's what I'm saying, the one in Matsunawa,
Yeah.
is that the right turn just before the curve?
Right
Where the old
before-
poultry farm was?
Right. Oh, you go further in.
You just go further in, you pass the store?
Right, the right
Okay,
turn right
when
at
you
the
pass
store.
the store, you turn right, that goes into Ironwood.
At the two-way, yeah.
Yeah, but anyway, you're saying your income is high for Igura.
Yeah.
So,
If they said-
a rental
you're
for
right.
you at 5 is affordable? No, too high? 5 for you a month is too high.
No, 500?
Is good?
I rather invest in owning a house than making.
Yeah, I understand. We're
Yeah.
trying to see where you would fit in with
Yeah.
the right? So, 1,000 is good? Or you're on the borderline? If you pay 1,000 a month?
Yeah.
Okay, all right, so these are the programs that we just mentioned, Ironwood. Then go USDA, they're revising their, or revamping their MOU. But your best bet if you're
Ironwood,
looking.
you don't own the house.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's income based. And if you
I
just,
told him to be honest, I said, forget CHamoru, because it's not in ours, we're leasing it for
In
99
the
years.
transition,
Forget it,
in the
because of our
transition.
own place, you know,
Yeah.
it's gonna take an effort
Yeah.
for the government to even do something about it, you know, it's sad. I
Because
mean,
if
he,
you-
thank goodness he worked for the private sector.
because if you heard the presentation of the USDA,
Yes.
so once fiscal year 24 comes in, he's really on the ball, the person that was here, so.
Yeah. I think you do
We need to do
the
research.
research.
Okay, before we can give
So we
you
can-
clearer
on
answers.
him.
Or for
Yeah.
them to,
Yeah.
yes,
Big
yes.
reason why it brought up, I mean, I'm not sure, you guys probably heard of it, Barragata, I guess the workers were here before. We have time, Barragata,
Oh,
yeah, when the land, what was it called?
It only came up, I guess, when the issue with the Barragata Heights properties.
the
were-
time.
You guys heard, yeah?
That's the only reason why this thing came about real quick. But, you know, if you're gonna, I look at it, if you're gonna ratify a couple of leases, why not ratify all? It's not fair that you're gonna only ratify, you're gonna pick and choose who gets ratified, you
this is
know?
where the legislature
Yeah,
do the language.
Yes.
And look at the situation, so, because you know, we're not lawmakers, we're just farmers,
Yeah.
don't we? So,
So we have to go through them again? Or?
that's why I was
We'll-
giving you the
You just
75
what
K.
you said?
Read it through.
We
see what
don't
you-
know what you need to do yet, you need to research your case.
Okay, I hope so, I hope it gets done.
Yeah.
You're bringing 2 cases to the table.
Yes.
And then, you know, the affordable home that you're looking for, 500 is affordable, or 1,000, then there's a program for that, which is the,
you know, you bring up, I'm glad you brought up affordable homes because I was a applicant for Gura's affordable home, and then as the market got higher,
your income,
I'm not considered,
low income.
yeah,
Yeah.
I'm not considered low income, I'm
You're
considered
right,
middle
right, right.
class. So that's only for low income, they kicked me out of the list. I was actually, when I started the program, I was number 25 on the list, and then I got down to the number 12, and then they told me, sir, you no longer qualify for the program because it's for low income. And
Okay.
I'm still considered low income.
So the USDA would address both the 1% or the cap of 270 based on your income, and that's, it's a very flexible program, the one that was just presented earlier.
Yes,
So
by,
just keep that in your radar.
yeah, that's why I took his card.
Yeah, and then also, Iron would, if you're looking for a home to be separated and, live under about maybe 500 to 800 a month.
Yeah,
Keep that in mind.
We have to research your
Yes.
Right.
cases.
So you're in the private, you're working for the private,
Definitive.
with the base operating service contract, you're in with BOSS,
no, I work for,
Department of Defense.
it's a locally owned private company.
Okay. All right, good luck, man.
Well, thank you guys for your time. We hope, yes.
No, that's yours. That's yours. So read that thoroughly,
Right, yes.
yeah, and see where you fall into that. Okay.
Director Tyron, you got the info on the,
Yes, we have their files, and then so what happens is, because both of yours are part of the null and void list, I'll work with the team to either just, we're actually working to try and address this, trying to come up with a plan, working with legal counsel on that, right? Is take a look at it and at the very least, try and get a staff report together, and we'll be in touch.
Yes, I hope so.
We'll send you,
Your
how the
contact
team is
numbers
getting
are
in.
Still up to date?
Contact number, mine should be able, but they're just.
We'll provide you documents to update the information, your contact, email and everything, and we'll try and communicate with you where we're at with
Yes,
this.
I would be so, I don't wanna see another new administrator, no new, I mean,
So you're
commissioners.
You're Raymond and this is Carmen?
correct,
Torres.
yes.
And you're Raymond
Paris.
Torres Paris.
And
my grandmother's name, Doris Paris.
Tourist.
Feminine.
so,
Yeah, don't give
Your
up.
Cortes.
No,
Yes.
we haven't. If we did, we wouldn't be here,
Yeah.
We've been hanging on.
You just gotta, you're there, if you're employed already for 2-3 years, you're.
I've been employed for 7 years.
Good, yeah.
With
Just-
that private company?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Please stick with that.
The longer your longevity with work, the better your standing for getting a loan.
And you heard the program from the last one, so.
He got a year full today,
Yeah.
right?
I just, in reference to not wanting to see changes, I'm not permanent here, but working on the SOPs and the processes for this commission, regardless of who sits in this position or with the commissioners, those will keep the staff, or should keep the staff moving forward, okay? So you will be assigned a lead case agent, and that's the person, we've made it a practice, is to communicate and provide their email as well as our CLTC general email so that we track it and that they will respond to you, right? Regardless of who sits here.
Okay, I hope
Okay.
so, I just.
So you will be assigned a lead case agent. Actually, yours is Glenn.
Yes.
Glenn, yeah. So I'll take a look at this and then we'll make that
Thank
determination.
you.
Okay?
All right, thank
So
you guys
much.
for your time.
Okay, thank you.
Director, because of the late hour, can I please call for a recess?
You mean recess until next?
But our legal counsel said you can stay overtime. $50, $55 overtime. Time and a half. And $0.
I think the
But because the legal
question,
counsel is here,
yeah.
right, at least there's a short.
It's not really short, there's a lot of items here on legal.
oh, you can table that. But I think the primary was the
About the
issue of the
language.
loan guarantee.
Yeah, the loan guarantee.
That language on
is-
page 22, if you can,
Well, before we go there, I'll still call for a recess.
okay. Were you coming back?
Recess?
Recess till when?
5 minutes.
Okay. recess for you.
I prefer recess to another.
Do you mind just holding it?
So then it sounds like then you would, you know, put out a RFP or something for.
To sell it?
No, what he's alluding to is the legislatures in the process of allowing CLTC to mine the minerals from that lot in Fadian. And it's going to be solely CLTC revenue.
Right, but again, the
That, he's saying it can be considered as incoming revenue.
But for DN, right, has not gone through the permitting process. The lot 7161-1 has gone through the permitting process from the environmental, from all the other agencies. But remember the reason why they stopped? Because of the mitigation for the sound, the mitigation for the erosion was not met in accordance with the.
Well, I think they went through a process to, you know, to quarry. I think they went through a permitting process for
Clearing and grading.
grading.
Right. Smith Bridge.
Oh, no, I thought we were talking about Fadian.
Oh, no.
That's right.
With Fadian, right, we have to go through the legislative process to go through the public hearing and for the CHamoru Land Trust and the legislature to say, okay, so what are we going to do with Fadian? What kind of topography or configuration that we want it cut? Because we don't want to put a big hole in Fadian like Public Works quarry, right? We want to use the property after that. But currently, we have lot 7161 that's already been shaped, but the elevation of the shape is not completed based on what the master plan was supposed to be. Of the Grand Prix. So remember that we have a peninsula that is unsafe now, right? The peninsula is unsafe because it's been.
In my opinion, it was never safe.
Right, okay. So what I'm saying is that that's one part. I'm just saying that would be equal to cash if liquidated, and if to liquidate it, it would be at $3 at the minimum a cubic yard. But because the demand is getting higher, that $3 may be $6, but that's just one part that I'm mentioning. Now, when we go back to this last sentence, that in no event shall the aggregate amount assured by the commission exceed the ability of CHamoru.
I have a question. You know the SBA loan, they want us to guarantee the loan, but how is it worded in their promissory note or the disclosure statement? What does it say? Is it the land? Is it cash?
Yes, it's cash. As a condition of approval, CLTC, if we can get a.
Yeah, we have a lease or.
Yeah, can we get a lease, the SBA loan agreement?
Yeah.
As a condition of approval, it says like.
Loan guarantee.
Loan guarantee.
That's all, just a loan guarantee. It didn't say dollar for dollar. We will see the lease.
Well, for example, it's like we won't be approving or guarantee, CLTC commissioners, I'm recommending that we don't approve dollar for dollar because you only guarantee for the building and the structure. You don't guarantee for debris cleanup or plans or anything, or personal items, right? It's just for loan structure, just for, I think it's indicated building, structure, and land.
There.
Land?
Yes.
Just a sample.
Check that language where.
Just, it's a random fact, but just, it's a random fact because we have a lot of.
No, we need the language from the.
On the SBA lease.
The SBA.
On SBA.
Loan guarantee.
Yeah.
Oh, let me have it done. Yeah, it doesn't indicate, it just says a condition of approval is the loan guarantee.
And in the financial statement of CHamoru Land Trust, you have the balance sheet where you have the assets equals liability. So where does the loan guarantee sit in? Is it liability as owing SBA?
Okay, understand.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be.
Let me call our PCO, it's not been, because I actually asked and it hasn't been, they're not reporting it pursuant to GASB 77 or one of the rules. It's not on, it has not been indicated in the
CHamoru loan
financial.
guarantee fund.
Okay, well, we're waiting for
You know what I'm trying to get at,
Yes.
right?
There's the money in there as a liability, right?
Yeah.
That's your question.
where in the financials is the loan guarantee indicated as a liability?
In our, at a fund level, we don't record it, but we do disclose it in the management discussion and analysis because it's a contingent liability.
When you say contingent liability,
It's
what does that mean
it's
to
Or
you?
there is a possibility of exposure, meaning the feds or whomever the financial institution may call the loan due to non-payment. They may not allow for for the default cure of paying it monthly to make it current. We've seen a document where the SBA had.
Okay, so the full amount that was paid was about 60.
60-some thousand dollars.
Yeah, so if I remember correctly, that's on the red line.
It was shaded yellow, I think.
Yellow, okay, it was only one of the listing, right?
Yes.
So
The
I
one
think
that
that
was
was
shaded green was the bankruptcy
Yeah.
filing.
And the red is the
Delinquent.
Yes, the charge-offs. So what we've done was, we're trying to gather the bankruptcy filings from the last 10 years to determine whether any other of our constituents had filed for bankruptcy and if that debt was listed as one to be written off or not.
Okay, so back to the question of the chair. If we had 1 million, we would put it under the CHamoru Loan Guarantee Fund as a potential liability? Or
No, it'll be a percentage of that.
right? 'Cause that was
You
your
said
question.
it's not on the financials.
No, so-
It's
so-
just a note saying this is how much the guarantee is.
On the fund level, at the CHamoru Land Trust level, at the fund level, we don't report it in our financial statements. But the all government-wide level,
Yeah,
it will be up to Director Byrne whether he reports it or not. Because in the end, even if CHamoru Land Trust cannot pay, it becomes a gov bond problem.
Mm. So when the 1 million is remitted for fiscal year 24, we would put it under the CHamoru Loan Guarantee Fund account?
If that's the way the appropriation was
Okay.
written in that. But
So now, will SBA require that they see that 1 million in our account for them to accept the loan guarantee? And, right, we wanna know, do they wanna see that we have 1 million in escrow? And if they require, then of course we need to have the 1 million in that account. If they don't require, and the language would be on that, where's that, where's the lease or the mortgage? The mortgage would say, right?
so let's say the legislature is giving us $1 million. What happens if the $1 million, we're calling for them to give it to us now because the SBA is demanding payment, full payment?
like Director Tyrone had mentioned earlier, SBA didn't, or is not requiring to have a certain amount. It's the board to decide what your comfortable percentage would be or to be considered reasonable.
They hold that thought. SBA is not requiring that we have, what did you say?
A set-aside amount.
A set-aside amount. Now, we gotta check with SBA, right?
I may know.
Is that language there, that they do not require that we have the solid cash in the account? SBA's requirement,
SBA is just requiring that we guarantee the loan.
yeah, just a note.
It's
Go ahead.
the law that that says that. It's not SBA, it's the law that says that the amount that's assured shouldn't exceed your ability of your fund to reasonably provide security for those loans.
And that would be enforced by the judicial branch and the legislative branch? Enforced by those two branches?
I'm not sure, I mean, it wouldn't be enforced by the legislature, it's, the legislature made the law.
Enforcement would be the court.
And who's gonna take us to court? The legislature? If we do say we have a reasonable?
No. You know, I'm not sure what would happen if you decide to take action that's contrary to the law, but I would advise you not to.
Understand. So here it's saying que en no event shall the aggregate amount assured by the Commission exceed the ability of the CHamoru Loan Guarantee Fund to reasonably provide security. So what is reasonable?
Well, if our current outstanding loan defaults are approximately 20%, right? I would venture a guess that maybe what would be reasonable would be maybe 30%.
There. So that would be the cushion of 20 and 30 would be 10%.
Right, to have at a minimum 30% of whatever you have outstanding in the loan guarantee fund, in actual cash. I was going to ask if the commissioners, I mean, in reading the law, I'm somewhat hesitant, right? This is a land trust, right? I'm somewhat hesitant to change the law. And I understand the urgency to address this loan guarantee. So the commissioners just need to determine what is reasonable, and then we work toward getting that cash into the loan guarantee fund. We've got approximately maybe 1.8 that's coming, right? And then working with the front office, I will report, I've asked for, and working with Senator Sinoxine, we've asked. So I don't want to speak, but I feel comfortable that the governor, the front office is trying to find a solution to this so that the commissioners can approve loan guarantees for this.
You know, wasn't it in the news we have $100-some million that is the government has?
The FEMA injection.
Is that FEMA?
It's from the typhoon.
From the typhoon. So they should apply some of that money for the loan guarantee, because this is typhoon
related. Yes.
related.
All 15, I believe.
Huh?
All 15 loans.
Yeah.
Pending loans.
Yeah.
Yeah, minus one housing. The one housing applicant was.
No, minus
No.
one housing. We're just talking about
No, this
SBA.
is just SBA.
Yeah.
Do you hear what I said?
No, I apologize, I was just.
On
They
the
say,
newspaper, it was published that there was $100 million that was brought into the island because of the typhoon.
Okay, yes.
And
since these people suffered typhoon damages, then they should give some of that money for our loan guarantee for these customers
The victims.
that are waiting. Got SBA approval. I think you should ask the governor.
I've already prepared a letter, I'm working on a letter to the governor, and I've, as I mentioned, I've been in communication with the governor's team, and they're looking for resolution.
But
I
see,
believe that
but the
they want-
logic behind it is FEMA's money and it's disaster related. And these people suffered damages
Yes.
from the typhoon. So we should get that money as a to guarantee the loans.
Because
And
it's
it
a-
can be on reserve.
It could
We
be
don't
in
touch
the,
it.
Yes,
It's only touched when the SBA calls on the loan. That's all.
yes.
Because it's disaster related,
Yeah,
right? That's what you're saying.
yeah.
Yes. Yeah, I've already had these discussions and I'm waiting to find out what it is that can be, can be given.
It's just logical.
Yes.
Yeah.
So that's one option, right? And the second option is, one option is to get the 10.
Plan A, Plan B.
Yeah, what's plan B? Modify the language?
If it can be done.
No, really, we need 3 plans, and then we need a timeline to say, next week when we have our work meeting, we should have some response from somebody, from Attorney General and, the army of lawyers up at Avalon also can help pitch in.
They are, and I think we're gonna get a response soon. May I offer the commissioners this, is, as I mentioned earlier about changing the law, right? I feel that maybe the law is in there to protect the CLTC. Would the commissioners consider, as we move forward, part of the policy is to limit the number or the amount of loan guarantees.
Right.
I know it states there, first determine what is reasonable.
Right.
The commissioners need to determine what is reasonable, right? To have, how much to have in the loan guarantee. Then that being said is limiting the amount of guarantees until the outstanding is decreased, right? So then if we have a $10.4 million and we guarantee 30% of that, right? What is that, 3 point something million? Almost 4 million, let's just say almost 4 million, right? So we limit it at 10.4. That continues to decrease, another loan guarantee request comes in, right? The commissioners are able to address that because that outstanding amount has decreased and we have enough in our loan guarantee fund to address it. The issue is, of course, and a concern to the commissioners would be if the loan guarantee requests continue to come in and it exceeds the 30%, right? Is you would not be able to approve it until.
Well, it's the same reason why FEMA says we're open for business and we're closed for business. So we can limit our guarantee.
well,
I'm just throwing that out for the commissioners to discuss.
I think that's the basic principle that Guam Housing runs on also, is they have only X amount of dollars every year for them to appropriate loans to. And as it's replenished, they stockpile it into the next year. And that's when they start processing additional loans.
Or they borrow.
I can see that working for Guam Housing, really, because they're a lending institution, but we're not. We're not a lending institution. And I go back to what our chairperson had said initially, earlier, about we own the land, and if they default, we own the structure, we can sell it.
There are remedies in the law, right? We should have a list of qualified individuals, work with the pay monthly. There's a few remedies in the law that address that. But the issue at hand is that sentence that says, in no event. So the commissioner should determine the.
And just the way when you have a condominium, it's all built in one lot, and it's all sold out. And when someone defaults,
it's just that
the bank takes it and resells it.
It's just the 4 walls, the ceiling, and the floor.
Yeah, it's not the land, right? You're a realtor.
But that is classified as a portfolio loan. Couldn't SBA issue a portfolio loan to these disaster people? And not only for them, but in the future also, because they don't own the land.
Right?
Can we answer this?
These are just ideas we're throwing out, right? But our immediate concern is to try and rescue these people that are out because of the typhoon.
You know, back to the language, Attorney Finney, where it said aggregate amount assured. So question for us, right? How much aggregate amount do we have already?
We know that number, right?
10.4?
Then, I'm not sure.
10.4 in
Okay.
outstanding loan guarantees.
So that's the aggregate amount that we have.
And that's not
assured,
include, yes, that we've assured,
including
10.4.
the 3.7 that we have on the 20, or, you know.
No, so the 3.84 million,
Yeah.
right, has not been guaranteed.
Yeah, but
So-
we're kind of computing it that would be part if we do.
Yeah,
move
if
forward.
you move forward and you move to guarantee those loans, you add it to the 10.4, that's 14.4 million.
Yeah, and 3.377 or 3.4, plus the 10,
The 10.4, yes.
so about same, 10.8, 13. So we're saying that would be the aggregate amount assured. Agree? Including the encounter back here? Yes?
I'm sorry.
It's an outstanding plus the current request.
Yeah, that's the aggregate amount assured.
Yeah.
About, so then the next sentence is by the commission. Exceed the ability of the CHamoru loan guarantee fund. And the loan guarantee fund we have is less than 3 mil, unless we raise the taxes for the land tax.
Yes. When we get the appropriations, we'd be about 1.8, 1.9 maybe?
Yeah.
1.9.
So if we modify this language, attorney, add or delete or repeal and amend the language to accommodate the 11 mil, how would we language this?
Again, I can't,
Okay.
I can't answer you now, but I also.
Yeah, if you can research.
I also just don't think that I would be able to advise you to remove this language so that then the land trust could, just guarantee loans without any kind of limit.
And we're doing it in good faith, that's the whole intent.
Right, but if you don't have the funds available, then how?
Who determines what the amount of the fund should be? Our unfunded liability, or is it?
What do you mean, who determines the amount of the fund?
Well, like what he was saying, if it's $14 million,
Mhm.
who determines what our loan guarantee fund should be?
What's your limit?
Who would determine that?
Who determines how much
Instead
should
of
be
it
taken?
being a dollar for dollar, who would determine that?
You guys would determine that.
So we determine it should be 10%, then we're covered by the law.
If that's reasonable.
Let me ask the pin counter, how would you approach this? And for us not to crash. We, on the reasonable amount, right, we have 14, who's the say 14?
The director had mentioned 30%.
Good, yeah, from 20 to 30, right, no?
Well, because I was just gonna say, I mean, you mentioned that there's about almost a 20% default rate, is that what
From
you said?
SBA, it's like 18.4 for,
That's from the 19 that have on the red line? Okay.
all the yeah, so
Yeah.
if you take all the SBA loan guarantees, then the number of defaults divided by the numbers that didn't default, so that gives us about 18.4%, just rounded to 20%, right?
And then we're using 30 as our cap?
30 there's a little bit of a cushion
Yeah.
at 30%.
Yes.
And also considering Guam housing, we don't have, there's a zero default with Guam housing. They try to get people in place, so we're just really looking at SBA.
Are all of the other loans current?
As far as we know, yes. So we did reach out to SBA and Guam Housing. We haven't been provided, so all the information we have is as of August 2023. August 2023.
And they're current?
Yes.
So aside from that list that you had already provided, the rest of them are all current?
Though, yes. As far as we know. But we did reach out to the two agencies and ask for an update.
Okay.
Okay, so we got Plan B. Madam Chair. So tomorrow morning, maybe you can give us your answer.
My answer to what, though?
To Plan A and Plan B. Yeah.
I'm not sure. Can you
They're the
reframe the question? Because I'm not sure I understand exactly what you're asking me.
Okay, first,
The FEMA money of 103 million, we asked the governor to
allow.
give us the amount to guarantee the loans that
For
are,
the typhoon victims.
yeah, the typhoon.
Only for the typhoon,
Yes.
which is 3.7.
So that's not a question directed to me.
Also, oh, okay.
So, yeah, I mentioned, okay, so Plan A is, we're requesting from the governor funds to cover the loan guarantees that are currently being requested for Typhoon Mawar.
Which is 3.4 roughly for now. And it may increase.
It's, yeah.
No, but again, there's a limit to how many people we can accommodate. Just like,
Well, if they haven't applied yet, then they didn't have total destruction like the ones that have applied.
yeah,
So that's Plan A. And Plan B is with legal counsel?
What's the question exactly?
yeah, that's it.
Amend the language to accommodate. And again, with good intention. To remove the barrier from this, not to completely remove the safety mechanism, but to language, a fail-safe system also that's within our financial capacity.
I'm not sure I understand what you mean. I'm sorry, I just, because when I see this language here, this is your stop, right? You can guarantee loans until you can't reasonably provide security from the fund,
On
right?
the aggregate amount.
So, right, so, again, I don't see how I could recommend that you remove that language.
Maybe not totally remove it, but insert that 20% cushion that the director was mentioning to 20 to 30% based on the.
Well, why would you want to do that? Because like right now, you can determine what's reasonable using the data that you have. I mean, if you if you had a 50% default rate, there might be a different amount that was reasonable. If you had a you know, 1% default rate, there might be a different amount
Yeah,
that would be
which is-
reasonable.
Yeah, so can we language that
So
reasonable
I don't think you want to change this language because then you would lose that flexibility.
also of the variable?
Right.
So-
Because now you can look at the overall circumstances to make a determination of what's reasonable. And if you took that away, then, you know, and you put something in there that, you know, gave you a hard number or a hard percentage, then you don't have any flexibility. And at some point, what's reasonable right now might not be reasonable anymore.
Yeah. I think it's reasonable for us to provide a loan guarantee to the 20 constituents or more, in good faith again. Okay, so we're gonna take a recess until tomorrow morning or next week?
Usually, it has to be published on recess, right?
Do we have to
We
publish
can,
in
we
the
can,
recess?
yeah, we can publish it, we'll put it out on the paper, but I don't know that there's a requirement. I will be off island for the next 2 weeks due to family medical emergency,
So we can,
but legal counsel
yeah,
can be here.
yeah, how did we do our last recess when?
We just put it out, and then we put it out on the
Also
notices.
recess?
Yeah, that the meeting was recessed until a certain time.
So the 1 week applies, 1 week and 2 days apply?
No.
No? Remember?
So you're not, you're,
We're not going into a regular board meeting,
No.
we're just going to recess.
you want to continue this
Yes,
same meeting?
and maybe, you know, we
Yeah.
have a couple of days to kind of, you know, think it over.
So you decide when you're going to reconvene, and it has to be posted on the door? And
Oh, I
then
don't-
you can also put the
Oh.
notice out?
Yeah, we're not required to the 10 days or the 2 days. What we need to do is, the commissioners determine when we're going to reconvene from our recess. We're gonna recess until a certain date and time. We publish it out there, and then as a safeguard as well, is we publish it up in the public notice announcements, and we put it out.
No, the PD, was that the newspaper or media?
So for our last one, we did,
Yeah, oh,
Right.
we did?
Yeah.
Okay.
we did.
But are we required to?
It's better, yes.
Hmm?
Yes.
We're required
Yes, but
to-
we're required to publish it, but we don't have we don't need to put it in 2 days before the recess. So you can call and recess until Monday, and we'll just call, post, and put out the ad that we've recessed until Monday, and then in all the other places as well.
Today's
And-
Thursday.
You are going where?
I have a family medical emergency.
Oh,
I need to leave. Yeah.
Okay, so.
how long will you know how long you?
I'll be gone at least 2 weeks, minimum, 2 weeks.
So we recess today and come back
And
like
I
Monday?
would assume then that Mr. Cruz is gonna be your substitute?
Joey will be acting, right?
He can sign?
He can sign certain documents,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
So it's up
We'll
to
get
you
the loan
Monday,
guarantee.
Monday or Tuesday?
Not Monday. Monday is hard on these guys.
Tuesday. Let me check my schedule.
How's
And
your,
our attorney's
how's
schedule,
the
because we
attorney?
need her to be around.
Well, I wanna check my schedule before I check her schedule.
You're not a lawyer?
I'm a commissioner. Where's my glasses? It's been a long day. I'm looking for Monday or Tuesday.
Okay.
And you?
What time are you dropping back?
What time are you?
I would not be available on Tuesday morning.
So we can do it in the afternoon.
I could be available.
Like
Tuesday.
1 o'clock, same thing? Okay.
Make it 2 o'clock.
Okay.
You know, you're always rushing after lunch.
You're gonna be here, no?
Well, we can make it a little lunch session.
Unless they pay our lunch.
We're not allowed to.
I know,
Yeah.
you're not autonomous.
So you're going, the commissioners are gonna, you're gonna have to call it, just so that you have the date. You're gonna recess this meeting until Tuesday, September 26th?
Yes.
Oh, wait, one moment, we need to check with PBS.
I think we're full all next week.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're full all next week with academic challenge bowl. So what is this for the 26th?
Yes, Tuesday, 2 p.m.?
Okay.
Yeah, we're full, but I mean, if we have to, this is what we have to do, so.
Can we get your commitment?
I have to email,
Yeah, you have to email.
I have to call PBS, the
Schedule.
schedule.
Let me call right now, just see if we can confirm.
Christine or Don?
Is Ina online? I don't.
She's on, yeah. We were talking. She's gonna say yeah. She'll say yeah.
It's a long day today. More folks need homes. We have the motion or?
Not yet. We have to make the date. Date is time.
PBS will be here at 2 p.m. on Tuesday.
So Tuesday?
Yes, Tuesday, 2 p.m. PBS will be here.
So what is this?
Yeah, she has to call the recess. You need a motion?
The 26th?
Yes, Tuesday, September 26th, 2 p.m.
Okay. I need a motion to go on recess.
I move that we recess until Tuesday, the 26th at 1 p.m., 2 p.m.
2 p.m. Motion,
I second the motion.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Yeah, yeah.